days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxies, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held, where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and drink a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact on Spain as you would have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist on a return to some of those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues, which are very significant. And by the way, the same thing holds true for the Jews, because their center of gravity intellectually was still in Mesopotamia, with the great academies of Sura and Pumbedita themselves moving to Baghdad. The Gaonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel Hanagid that we'll discuss, God willing, in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia, but in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embody the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Kretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6 volume at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They had made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. The tolerance patent was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, and so there was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. And there was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then it slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Look at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on. It's sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this noble Sephardic ideal. The 19th century historians really try to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age. In the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much.
Schultz is saying this is finally realizing that Trump's probably on the list, that the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files might just be because Trump himself is implicated. Honestly, for America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz...
In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the...
that Jake Paul's fights might actually be rigged in his favor. This is Andrew Schultz's big investigative breakthrough after spending a year...
the golden age, so golden, and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at 3, actually 3.5, or if you want 4 figures who exemplify the golden age and give us some sense of really what was so fantastic about it. Let's start first with Hasdai ibn Shakrut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He was really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. He is there's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary ability. He was, like many other Jewish figures of this period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy, a field that is it's a portable profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not a land. Sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on landship in some places, and then the fear of expulsion that would lead to losing all this time, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many centuries. And the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, means that they're able to access many different texts. And so being a doctor was something we see among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Chasai ibn Shaprut was one of the earliest diet doctors who was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ills, called teriyaka. And although it's been lost since then as well, there was this idea that if you could just make this one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriyaka sounds a lot like teriyaki, and that connects us to Asian food, which, as you know, is something that I think a lot about. At any rate, he's drawn to Palol centers primarily for his literary quality. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl from a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Chasai ibn Shaprut, who's running kind of an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates to him the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them in beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss finds out about these letters and says, wow, these are beautiful letters, such turn of phrase and such beautiful calligraphy. I want to meet this person. So brought in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And the end, what happens is he is essentially made the Minister of Trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of the southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate message helps him tremendously, and his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibilities to the Jewish people, and frequently he uses his position specifically to defend embattled populations, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in a previous video, letters to inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria. He's quite interested in. So he's using his position and his skills as a leader of Jewry at the same time as he is representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly base for the Spanish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanoch, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch, I should say redeemed, because quite often you have this situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers and then they're sold in the market. It was a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chasai ibn Shaprut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he's an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? Yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in areas of maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Anyway, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chastai Shabrut is the massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalist Menachem ben Saruf and the interloper Dunash ibn Labrat. So the story goes like this. Everyone's a big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by this as well. And there's a massive industry for poetry. Poets are called in for hire to compose original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. You have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around the table together and drink wine and will, recite what they have composed, sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best, really saturated with poetry in their society. So Menachem ben Saruf would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chastai ibn Shabrut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire for his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what, if we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. That's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be written. So Dunash ibn Labrat said, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that's in the streets of Granada. I mean, literally Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Saruf, or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunash ibn Labrat wins, hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat and so on. These are, the Arabic inflected Dunash ibn Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chastai ibn Shabrut abandoned his support of Menachem ben Saruf in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural the society was and how literature played such a huge role. And it gives you also a sense of what we've lost in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share in the poetic legacy, but has a much more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with Chastai ibn Shabrut and moves on into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this is phenomenal. He served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 6 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general? And this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He never retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a ferocious general, tremendously successful. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And the poems are that they express such a range of the human experience that you won't find in typical religious poetry at all. As poems that describe battle, that harken back in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to himself, Shmuel HaNagid, referred to himself as the David of his age. But at the same time, he was also a tremendous Talmudic scholar, and he wrote a book on Talmud, which is still studied today. And I'd like to pause us for just a second and reflect on this. One of the amazing aspects of the Spanish Golden Age, and in this context, Maimonides is an excellent example. Even though he fled Spain as a youth, he's a great example of how this is. It is highly unusual in Jewish history that you will have Jews who are at the same time highly expert and valued and world leaders as Jews per se in things Jewish, like for example the Talmud, and at the same time they're highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially followed by non-Jews. So you will have, for example, a lot of tremendous geniuses like the Vilna Gaon, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And then you will have secular figures like Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, who make phenomenal contributions to world culture. But you will rarely have figures who are very well expert and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing to secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also the Rosh Hashiva in Lakewood. It just doesn't happen. We don't have those kinds of figures. Jews tend to specialize in things, or when you get to the modern era, things secular. And they excel in both areas, thank God. There are lots of people who have made their names, their light shines across our globe for what they've done. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel HaNagid, who is equally famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. Maimonides, one of the greatest physicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers in Judaism simultaneously. This is something that is really characteristic of the Spanish Golden Age, and we will see it over and over again. It is so fascinating. But let us go back to Shmuel HaNagid, and by the way, the term HaNagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rav Kai Gaon, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Baghdad, the yeshivas in Baghdad. And this recognition of giving him this title, Nagid, is probably both an homage to a political position and tremendous scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and the fascinating little tidbit, he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons, who would fly them back to his son in Nada, and who would then, unwrap them and run his corpus of poetic writings. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems, poems. He wrote boast poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon, where kind of like the poetry slam thing. You can imagine like rappers who are arguing with each other and dissing each other, shading each other to use these kinds of like contemporary terms. He wrote those kinds of poems as well. Really surprising range of political voices. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who's translated a lot of these. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote three main collections. One is called Ben David, if I remember correctly, alluding to himself as like King Solomon, the work of his youth, which was war poems and so on. And there's Ben Mishle, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon. The book of Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his middle age, kind of like wisdom poetry, and it reads a little bit like Mishle. I'll show you one in a second. And then he wrote Ben Kohel, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon's old age. Tremendously successful and moving poet, just as he was in general. Here's one of my favorite poems from Ben Mishle, and I'm going to read it in Hebrew. You have to forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent, but that's the only way you can even get close to hearing the sound of the poetry, which is really gorgeous. And then I'll translate it so you get a sense of where he's coming from. This poem is dedicated to people who feign intellectual capability without actually investing effort in learning. So it starts. Translation, about a person who exerts effort and buys is like a lame person who draws legs upon a wall, even 100 of them. When he tries to get up, he cannot. So, and the idea is, you think you'll get a reputation for putting them on the wall, but all you get a reputation for, you have to learn to be able to know what's going on. So the last lines is the beautiful kind of sense of language moves, and I really enjoy his poetry. I'm sure you with that. Let's here I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I can talk about, maybe 4, depending on how we talk about it. One of the most fascinating little footnotes that I wish we knew more. I wish we could say fully this is the fourth person, but we only have 3 names from this person. But she is quite unique because she is the only surviving female Jewish poet of the era, and one of the very few surviving female poets of any era in the medieval period. Her name is Kasmuna bint Ismail. Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter. He does actually refer to the loss of a daughter at one point in his life. Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, it is fascinating to think that she may have been Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter and not out of the realm possibility at all. We have those 3 little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century action, and let me show you the first one here. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone and without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Now, the powerful metaphor here of blackness of the eye is apparently a very common one you find in Arabic poetry, and it is a sign of beauty, meaning that she, like the deer, has dark eyes, and this is considered a very attractive thing, but she is nevertheless, with a certain amount of tristesse, expressing her disappointment at the hand of fate that has left her alone. This is the theme that runs through much of her poetry, and 3 poems is all we have. But here's another one. The introduction of that collection says that, by way of kind of like putting this in context, he says she, Hasmuna, looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, I see an orchard where time has come for harvesting, but I do not see a gardener reaching out a hand towards its fruits. Youth goes vanishing. I wait alone for somebody I do not wish to name. Beautiful expression of love lost or love unrequited. That's just an insight into what must have been happening with educated women at the same time as well. It is highly unfortunate that we don't have more examples of it, but nevertheless, thank God we have this. So, Chastai ibn Shaprut tremendous builder, active as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and of course, Dr. Shmuel Hanagid, this amazing poet, and his daughter, possibly, Hasmuna. The last I'd like to speak about is Yehuda Halevi, who is we discussed before when we looked at the Khazarian Empire. He is, of course, famous for his really bold work, the Kuzari, which frames the three great monotheistic religions that are competing to some degree in the Iberian Peninsula as a three-way debate. This is something you could not imagine being written in Christian Europe. It would have just been completely, beyond the realm of tolerance. Whereas in Muslim lands, in Spain in particular, as a result of La Convivencia, perhaps that's why he could get away with writing this. So anyway, he wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain to make Aliyah to Israel. But at any rate, he did write this phenomenal work, which is indicative of the freedoms that Jews had at the time. Like Hasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also a medical doctor. It was something that he intended to do, but what, he was not able to, as a poet for hire. And so, probably at the insistence of his mother, he became a doctor, and he earned his living primarily through that. And he had many tragedies in his personal life that, if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box to see a longer video on his life and work. But I'd like to also close by just giving you a look at some of his amazing poetry as well. This is a eulogy that was likely recited at the grave of a young girl. We know that he lost his daughter, just like Shmuel Hanagid did, and it's written with such power that it's not hard to imagine that he wrote this for his own daughter. Unfortunately, the sources don't claim one way or the other. Let's look at the first stanza. The track is from Hillel Halkin's remarkable work of Yehuda. Actually, this comes from an online version of just of some of his poems. Have a look on the web and you'll find these. These are great. So just the first stanza. Listen to the sound, please. Ha biti hashachat mishtamech ki lishol nasu nosei aronech ואין חלקי ממך רק זיכרונך והחוננת עפרות ציונך את אסור לשאול שלומך בעינך כי המוות יפריד בעיני ידינו. Let's read English. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss, and your memory. Death has come between you and me. This poem goes on. First it's speaking in the voice of the father, later it was speaking in the voice of the mother, and finally it was speaking in the voice of the dead child herself, describing how terrible she feels that she was not able to live her life through adulthood, through marriage, and so on. Very powerful moving. In the sounds of it, you hear how the of that fine syllable feels like it's like a brick structure and such a thin barrier like death separating between you and me. Incredibly moving poetry. Like Shmuel Hanagid, poetry right across the entire spectrum of human experience, love poems and very light-hearted poems as well, and truly one of the great poets of human civilization, not just medieval civilization. Okay, I hope I conveyed at least some of my excitement about the period, and I encourage you to have a look at the longer videos if you want to see a little more. But for now, thank you very much for until I called him out on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost.
But let me stop for a second, because even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular
Jewish life
part of
in
this
the
lawsuit
Dark
that
Ages.
feels
We have
almost
to
too
understand,
dumb to be
what do
real.
we mean?
According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold a 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for
By
it,
this term,
despite the
the
fact that,
Dark
and
Ages.
I can't stress
So
this enough,
it
he
is
didn't
a
even legally
term
own the
that
stake
comes
at that
largely
point.
out of
He
Western
signed it away
European
months earlier in a
historiography,
dissolution
which
agreement.
for a long
Now,
time, like let's say 18th onward, tend to view the flow of Western history as kind of like being a really high point with Greco-Roman civilization, and then with the collapse of Rome and its sacking Vandals in the 5th century, it hits a real low where you have kind of Conan the Barbarian ages, and not much happening, and no one's reading and no one's writing, and people are very superstitious about all kinds of things, and it kind of sits there until it goes back up again with the Renaissance, which literally means the rebirth. There are definitely some kind of ladder-like steps up from the Dark Ages, the Gothic period, and so on. The High Middle Ages, which kind of goes from about 1000 to about the year 1500, when you start seeing the beginnings of the Renaissance and some really exciting things happening that leads ultimately to the early modern era, the modern era, and so on. But the key element of this is it's very Eurocentric, as if the most important thing that's going on in history is whatever's happening in Europe. But in reality, when we look at world history, most of the universe, most of the world was not at all. And I think you would say that as well, who are at this point not especially wrapped up in most of northwestern European history in particular. So let's look at what we're doing in the Dark Ages. We've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnavi historical atlas. And as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activity during the Dark Ages. Again, we're going to kind of taking the traditional view of Dark Ages, which goes from the fall of Rome and, like, let's say 405 are major dates, or 5th century, all the way up to about 950, 1000, so about 500 years that are really dark for northwestern Europe in particular. And it is the collapse of Roman civilization that leads to that, although Roman civilization is largely taken over by Byzantine civilization. The same kind of Christian culture, although many differences, not found, for example, would become later called Orthodox. The more formal split wouldn't happen until the 11th century, but definitely heading in a different direction. Kind of like the second Roman faith Constantinople, which you can see at top of this map. But I got off a little bit of a tangent there. What are Jews doing during the Dark Ages? So we've got two really huge areas of Jewish activity, which are quite intense during the Dark Ages. You have that large round circle, which is where you've got lots of intellectual activity, being in the Jerusalem Talmud with the patriarchs. They are sort of negotiating a relationship with the Romans, which is not so easy, and then later, but there's still quite a bit of historical depth emerging from the Middle East in the Dark Ages. And then, significantly, I wish the actual circle was bigger because we would get more of an impact. There's so much going on with the trans-votes from the Dishura, with the great intellectual centers of this, pumping away all kinds of stuff during this period, right up until the 7th century, that the Muslim advance, and when the Muslims take it over, then they have a greater explosion, which we spoke about a few lectures where we used this, and the Baghdadi culture, the kind of like radiates all the way out through the Mediterranean basin and has its impact felt all the way out to Cordoba in Spain, where you see there's major Jewish communities, and it is during this period that, it's true we have a lot of the Visigoths and so on, but we also get into the beginnings of the Spanish Golden Age. They have their roots. And as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activity during the Dark Ages. And we've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnavi historical atlas. during the period known as the Dark Ages. So these two areas represent the light that is coming out of the Jewish community in particular, and really has a very different kind of picture than what you see with Northern Europe in the same period. But neither of these areas, of course, the Middle East and the Mesopotamia, are in Europe. So what's happening in Europe in particular? So the most important areas to show are in Italy. There are just not many Jews living in the rest of Europe. We have the Rhone River, for example, infinitesimally small ones in the Rhine River region, and like just little outposts, as it were. But in Rome in particular, and in the south, in Bari and Korea, you have some phenomenal centers of Jewish population where they are deeply involved in all kinds of Talmudic work and all kinds of historical work, poetic work. We have some beautiful remains of Jewish catacombs in Rome in particular that gives a sense of the extent of their civilization, and they're really doing a lot. In many ways, as we saw earlier with the tracing of Ashkenazic culture from Israel proper through the Italian peninsula and then into Northern Europe, where there is a lot of culture going on in this area. I think some of my favorite expressions of Roman Jewish culture, extending towards the end of this period with the Dark Ages, is the remarkable work of Ruth, which is written by Nathan of Rome. And this is essentially the first dictionary of the Talmud ever. And it was a brilliant dictionary because, of course, don't forget, Jews are working in many different vernaculars. They're working in Latin, they're working in Greek, but the texts are in Aramaic and also Hebrew, and you need secondary materials to be able to negotiate these texts. So Nathan of Rome, who had a family named Anna, the humble ones, the dictionary of the Talmud, and it's beautiful, it's brilliant. Not only, it's not simply a word for translation of the words that occur in Talmud, it provides examples of how those words are used in the Talmud, and ends up becoming an incredibly important finding aid, such that, for millennia, a millennium since it was written towards the end of the first millennium, many Talmudic scholars use the dictionary not so much to understand the translation of a given Aramaic word, but to know where it's used elsewhere in the Talmud, because it is essentially kind of like what's the word, a concordance as well as the Talmud. Great, really amazing work. There's lots of scholars who are here in Rome and in southern Italy. Many would later be transplanted to northern Europe, to Ashkenaz, where they would essentially become the nucleus of the Jewish community there. And we'll speak about them, God willing, a lot more next week. But that's really hardly dark at all for Jews. Jews are doing amazing things in this region in terms of poetry and scholarship and so on. And the whole concept of the Dark Ages doesn't make that much sense about Jewish history. Also, we have not a tremendous amount of historical data about what Jews were up to in the Dark Ages, especially when you move outside of Muslim world lands into European lands. But one really interesting glimpse is a reference that occurs in Muslim historiography to the so-called Radhanite merchants. Now, it's clear from the context of the discussion of the Radhanites that they are Jewish and clearly roaming the world and involved in areas of trade. The term Radhanite is up to a lot of scholarly discussion. There's debate as to why they are called the Radhanites by the medieval Muslim historian to describe their activity. My favorite understanding of this term is that it comes from the Rhone River, which is central France. See here, it basically bisects France here, and the Rhone River is a very important waterway that it begins in central France, and then comes out to the Mediterranean. As you can see from this map here, the dark line indicates the specific routes that the Muslim historiography describes as part of the destinations of these Aradanite travelers, and they're selling stuff, by the way. They're buying and selling all over. And the sort of dotted lines indicate the extended trade routes that we know would meet up with most of their places. So it's not at all out of the question to assume that there were Jews who were traveling literally all over the world, engaged in a whole variety of trade as they were active refugees. Before I leave that map, let me also mention that the Jews are deeply involved in one of the most important trades, which, as you can see right in the center there, it goes from Antioch, the Euphrates River, down to the Persian Gulf. This is one of the most important trade routes for the silk trade. Jews were heavily involved in the early silk trade, which was a major reason for the dispersion of Jewish ideas. The spread of Judaism predated the spread of Christianity, in some way actually prepared many of these territories for a market faith because of these issues going on. One of the things I happened to read just today, which fascinated me, was that trade, especially ones active, the Jews of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers were especially involved in reweaving silk. Meaning the Chinese, who were making silk out of the certain types of silk that were mulberry, they were the Chinese liked to make this thick, durable cloth for their clothing. The Romans, on the other hand, said, no, we don't like that. We wanted sheer and filmy and something that you drape over yourself and something quite a bit more racy. And so the Jews were actually involved in reweaving, and they often took the silk cloth from China and then they reweaved it. They actually pulled out the thread and then remade it into much more diaphanous cloth that would be sold at a much higher price in funny bit of detail there. Anyway, so the Jews are definitely heavily involved in this international travel. Now, why the Jews? Well, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a self-affirming cycle, because the Jews do have a common language, Hebrew. They have a common legal system such that they're all bound by the rulings of the Talmud, and they can rely on a neutral body of judges who will not judge them the capricious law for specific reason. We'll get more into that in just a second. They also have a strong co-religionist bond, such that it is not at all uncommon, and in fact it was widely common right up until the 20th century in Eastern Europe, where a stranger could show up in a synagogue on Friday night and say simply, hey, I need a place to stay for Shabbat, and if the meals, I have a place to sleep, and then once the shift was over, then he would say, here I am, I'm selling wine or silk, whatever it is, have you got anyone to trade with me? And of course the business was self-affirming. So diaspora of the Jews was actually the national commerce that they would be right up until contemporary times. There is a long historical tradition for this. We will explore the economic aspect of this, God willing, in a lecture later this summer, or later this spring, I guess. So hang on, there's lots more to say about that. But let's go to the roots of Ashkenaz. So I referred to the Jewish legal tradition, which is extremely important when you consider the kind of situation that was going on in real dark ages Northern Europe. Now I'm talking about the region of what would be today France and Germany and so on. So we're talking a really weird, backward, pre-Christian kind of environment where they adjudicate trials, for example, by ordeals. Like this is a drawing of the so-called ordeal by water, in which you had a person suspected of some kind of criminal activity. And so the best way to see how well they did is if you tie them up and throw them in the lake.
like he's struggling
And
to make
if
sense of
they
where
drown,
in the
then
world.
they're
The
innocent
worst part is
because the gods protected them. Or even as he slowly begins to morph into Christianity, God protects them. Singular God. So that's definitely not kosher by Talmudic version of the ordeal was, two people are a legal fight, and one of them claims totally innocent, so the judge can say, we're going to put this vat of oil and drop an iron ring in it, and you reach into that boiling oil. If you can take the ring out without being harmed, that will mean that you are obviously innocent. And if you are not willing to do it, must mean that you are guilty. Like, yikes. I would not want to be anywhere near this kind of legal Talmud any day, rules of evidence and testimony and things like that. Please. So, and one last thing, posted. I'm not sure how you felt about this, but there was the trial by contract or deal by contract, where you could defend your innocence by simply going hand to hand your litigant. And this is probably not historically accurate from the period I'm talking about, but I kind of like it. And this is also something that has no basis in so luckily, Jews were largely exempt in Ashkenaz from any of these trial by ordeal, and they were able, even in these kind of really backward and the barbarian kind of environments, able to have their affairs adjudicated according to Talmudic law. This was an arrangement that benefited the Jews and also benefited the region that they were trading. The people who brought goods in. And of course, they're in a minority traveling up and down these riverways, with valuable goods. But if the city cannot support people in this kind of trade, then and people will not have the goods that they want to buy. Again, giving us that level of legal autonomy. And we see in the Dark Ages, we are granted this in the few number of communities that we see them appearing in order to quite fascinating. At this point, we begin to see the nucleus of something we will, I'm afraid later, that the nucleus of the formation of the structure. This informal, local self-government of the Jews, they developed very slow, definitely has similarities to what we're doing in Muslim regions as well. The Jews essentially formed for themselves a small state within a state, at least at the municipal level. Later on, when we get to about the 16th century, we will see that it expands really to a massive level in Lithuania, where the municipal, but essentially the Jews, tiny little struggling communities, about less than 1,000, many of them, are to the right to govern themselves. They're granted protections in order to largely benefit the trade, and later, as we shall see, benefit the structure and the tax revenue of the crown. Again, I'm sorry to be talking about this now because we're going to spend one of these we're talking about Jews and the medieval economy, and this is true. But what it gives us now is the possibility of Jewish social independence, that they are through the Kehillah structure and through their legal autonomy able to run their own affairs and create their own social safety net. With education, support elderly, support orphans and widows, support the brides, all kinds of things to ensure that the Jews are self-sufficient communities and into their ongoing survival, despite the barbarity of the Dark Ages. So that's just by way of introduction. I want to give you that kind of background coloring as we go on to speak now about the Rishonim, and I think the contrast is going to be
he can't be here. I know. I agree. We'll break his legs. Joe Rogan getting angry at a comedian. That is bananas. The bomb expert himself. Joe Rogan talking about someone bombing.
In order to start talking about the Rishonim, we should talk about what that term really means. So Rishonim literally means the first ones. Rishonim are the first ones of one. So you have to go backwards a little bit and learn a little bit of Jewish theology here. There is this concept in Jewish theology that actually is quite important for understanding how Talmudic jurisprudence in general works, and it's called in Hebrew Yerida HaDorot, or the decline of the generations. This concept essentially argues that earlier generations, from starting with Moses' generation, shown here, portrayed brilliantly by Charlton Heston, the generation called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, that actually heard the first two of the commandments spoken by God, that was like a pinnacle of a kind of spiritual wisdom that would be fading generation after generation. Meaning, because they had all had, and I'm not going to go into the whole religious material here, but it's important for us to understand, the generation of the Exodus had achieved such a closeness to God from that moment at Sinai that every subsequent generation invariably left decline. And this decline is not necessarily intellectual in nature. So, for example, Talmudists are trying to determine a specific law. The rule is not to go to the earlier authorities, but go to later authorities because they have more facts at disposal. Like, for example, there's a mic kosher for you would not have some rabbi speak about things in the 19th century because he wouldn't have those kinds of facts at his disposal. You would have ask someone right in the late 20th century to be able to discuss it. And there's a lot more reasons for this, but essentially the intellectual capability of later generations is not questioned. It is the spiritual capability, the sensitivity, the ability to penetrate to the core of an issue that is considered to decline from the moment of Sinai downwards, through the prophets and through the sages and such. So the major people or major groups that we're speaking about in the medieval period begin with the Tanaim, and these are literally the teachers. They are associated with the Mishnah, and their activity is more or less from the year 200 before the Common Era to 200 of the Common Era. The following generation are called the Amoraim. Amora means literally the sayer, and what this refers to, or the seeker, if you want. What this refers to is that this is already a term used in Babylonia in particular, where the vernacular was Aramaic and the texts of the Tanaim were in Hebrew. So you would have a teacher, a rabbi, who would give the lecture, and then a professional human microphone speaker would then repeat in Aramaic translation so the population could understand it. And the sages of this generation, in humility, refer to themselves simply as repeaters, the speakers, the Amoraim. So these are the sages associated with the Talmud from about the year 200 to about the year 500. An Amora may not override a Tana. An Amora does not have the same authority as a Tana because of the idea of the decline of the generation. However, if there are two Tanaim disagree, and an Amora can bring support for his argument with another Amora by quoting one of those Tanaim, Amora has support for his argument. So they borrow from earlier times to prove later arguments. I know that's complicated, but we have to talk a lot more about Talmud. The next generation, there's some dispute over what exactly the Savarim were, when they were, but they blend into the period of the Ge'ornim, we just speak about a little while ago. And these are the post-Talmudic authorities primarily based in Mesopotamia up until 1000 And now we get to our protagonists. They're called now the first ones. They're not first, consider them within the scope of the fire authorities, but they represent a distinct chunk of intellectuals who are writing particular kinds of things, roughly during the period 1000 to 1500. I've rounded these numbers up, obviously, but this is the era of the Rishon. And what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what they did, why they deserved their own name, what makes them so special, and they are distinguished from the later authorities called the Acharonim, literally the half ones, or the later ones. The Acharonim definitely also have a very distinct style, very different from the Rishonim, and I'd like to spend more time about that, but when we get to the fall, we'll talk about that. Note that they kind of stop at 1800. I think it's become the 20th century. So there's no real kind of dramatic between the 18th century and 19th. People feel like, wow, I can't call me an African Shah or something like that. It's too much. So we'll come back. These are the terms used for these big intellectual chunks of time and the things that are happening in them. So let's understand what were they done in Axis. They're involved in three main activities. They were largely commentators, counters, and codifiers. These three groups and these three types of activities were especially important for the Rishonim. So here's a beautiful of an illuminated manuscript where it was Maimonides on the right. He's wearing tefillin, holding up an astrolabe. One of the keys of the era of the Rishonim are often holding on to them. Their astronomical devices for navigation and things like that. And we speak to students everywhere. Notice the artwork around it, which is absolutely fantastic. But anyway, colors. So one of the people who is regarded as the rabbi of all Israel, and in fact, the acronym of his name is Rashi. His name is actually Rabbi Shlomo Ben Shlomo, or Rabbi Shlomo Solomon, the son of Isaac. But it's also sometimes basically translated as Rabbi Shel Yisrael, the rabbi of all Israel. And a brilliant figure who we will have occasion to speak about next week when it comes to the Crusades, who essentially embarked on a massive sweep of Jewish literature, a tour de force, providing very pithy, short, but decisive, and deeply clarifying comments on the entire Torah, the entire Tanakh, the entire Talmud. Massive amount of work that he actually repeated several times. He went through several editions. There are, unfortunately, a few lost tractates where he did not complete it or we lost it. But otherwise, we have this guide that takes you through all of the major texts of Judaism in the 11th century. And his style is absolutely enlightening. Children study it because it is so clear and gets to the point of the matter. Now, also, his clarity is, you see the art in it because he takes very complicated things and he edits them down to just 3 or 4 words quite often and just gets across the idea. One of the most important things that Rashi did is his commentary on the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. And in fact, people say that the correct way to learn Torah is with 2 fingers, one finger following the Hebrew text, the other finger following Rashi's commentary. And in fact, in discussions with the Christian colleagues who are Bible scholars, I realize how deeply ingrained it is in Jewish study of the text to always be following along with a commentator, and there are several to choose from, obviously, but Rashi is clearly the king of these commentators. One of the major elements of his intellectual art was his awareness that a major text is allowed him was to bring the oral Torah that is the Midrash, the Mishnah, some of the esoterica of what would later be called the Kabbalah, and bring that into the text through the commentary. So when you're learning the text of the Torah with Rashi's commentary, you see sometimes, really strange, difficult passages that say, don't worry, the Torah addresses the things that you're probably having, and will bring in these brilliant insights from the oral Torah. And so it really makes the study of the Torah with Rashi a complete, comprehensive study of the Torah as a whole. One of the interesting engines of Rashi research today is the perennial question, what's bothering Rashi? Like, why did Rashi choose to tell us this? And you figure out the question that Rashi must have had that drove him to give us the answer, and it's tremendously satisfying. So Rashi is one of many. He is definitely the king of the era, but he is one of the most important commentators who provide insight into these ancient texts and make them accessible for his generation and for the following millennium. He is as fresh today as he was in the 11th century. The second major group, which are less significant today in terms of people following in their footsteps. There are many people who are like writing commentaries upon commentaries. Of course, there are super commentaries on Rashi to this day, but are the counters. In Hebrew, they're called the Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. So, based on a passage in the Talmud, a very well-known passage in which there's a description of 613 commandments in the Torah, the Rishonim began to say, okay, well, let's make a list. Let's go through the Torah and let us actually provide a list of all 613. Of course, what happens is when you get, rabbis working on one problem, three solutions, right? Three opinions. In fact, they all have to come up with 613 because that's the number that the Talmud says is there. But then they disagree as to, no, you're counting something that's not a mitzvah. I don't count that mitzvah at all. And everyone says, no, you're counting two things as two separate mitzvahs. There's really only one mitzvah. Or you forgot about these mitzvot. What about these, right? So the counters essentially try to place some kind of systematic order on the commandments that appear in the Torah, and it's hugely consequential because it will especially lead to the next category. But just to give you an example of one of the Rishonim that is my favorite counter for sure, this is an anonymous counter, often identified with one Aharon of Barcelona, Spain. Quite possible, although there are significant questions that perhaps something else altogether. So it's an anonymous book called the Book of Chinuch, or the Book of Education. And it is the greatest bar mitzvah present ever, where this particular rabbi wants to give a bar mitzvah to his son. So he essentially says, here, I'm going to list out all 600 commandments. I'm going to list them in the sequence in which they appear in the Torah. So when you go to synagogue every week and hear the Torah read, you'll be able to review all of the mitzvot that occur in that week's parsha. And that's brilliant. That's great. Really helpful just in itself, isn't it? But what he does after that is so much more amazing. First of all, he locates the mitzvah and counted 1 through 613, the English volume set. And then he tells you a little bit how the mitzvah is formed. And then he tells you a little bit about, and this is not so common as you would think, why this command. And that's like so valuable because many of the other authorities from the Talmud on really don't think about that. Or they do think about it, they don't think a lot about it. There's this a sort of religious approach to the text saying, here is the commandment, and it is incumbent upon us to observe it. Kasher as the Lord our God commanded this, right? He didn't tell us to think about it. He told us to do it. I'm generalizing. There are a lot of people that say, no, we have an obligation to think about it too. At any rate, the cleanup provides the why to a lot of these amendments, to all of them actually. We don't necessarily, not all of it is shown agree with his response. Is absolutely brilliant. Like I said, the real best Prime Minister president ever. We know that it was a Prime President, and we know a little bit about him and son because he speaks to his son directly in the text. It's really sweet and engaging. We know, for example, that they were Levites. He says, "My son, pay attention to this mitzvah because you're a Levi and you're going to have to keep this particular mitzvah." Brilliant and highly enjoyable. And then finally, most significantly, because it flows directly from the counters, are the codifiers. And this is hugely important because essentially these are the people, Rabbi Yaakov Ben Shir, known as the Rosh, the head commandments, and they say, okay, for example, anonymous or laying them out how they're actually going to work with these in a functional way as a society around them. You've got to have them organized. You've got to have all the laws of keeping kosher in one place, all the laws of civil law have to be in one place, things like that. So the codifiers begin to say, all right, organize this here, this is the mitzvah here, this is the mitzvah. And remember that there's what exactly is the mitzvah. Circumstances is one example. All of these things are really, so this codify, for example, the Rosh, a very important commentary called the Arba Turin, the 4 columns, or the 4 pillars, which correspond to 4 different aspects of human life. They end up becoming the source of dispute and commentaries, but nevertheless are hugely important of them for usage is undoubtedly the Shulchan Aruch, to speak about him that way later on. So these are the 3 areas that we give the Rishonim distinctive sort of functions. They're really involved in these things, and with the limited exception of counters, all of the Achronim afterwards are kind of following in their footsteps. Now, at the same time, what's really fascinating to me as well is that the Rishonim are not all uniform, highly individualist and idiosyncratic. The Rashba and the Rambam, totally different people, different approaches, different personalities, and sometimes they pose questions and provide answers which are shockingly modern, and you say, like, what is going on here? Where did this idea come from? And how come I don't see it in the traditional codes and so on? So among those kind of outliers are brilliant figures like Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was not only a commentator of note, he was also a tremendous poet in Arabic and Hebrew, and a scientist. There was a crater on the moon named after him. He is the subject, by the way, of some poetry in the English language as well. Here he is holding up some astrolabes in his left hand and a compass in his right, which alludes to his kind of early scientific working curiosity. He lived a very poor, difficult travel, going to his poverty. He would, again, this is before printing, so he would literally write out his manuscripts, and then because he was so poor, he would sell his manuscripts, his only copies sometimes, and then have to rewrite them entirely from memory to sell them again. The things he wrote about his poverty are extremely biting, but it also gives you a sense of, wow, this is like so unlike Rashi, so unlike the others. You see also Gersonides, also a Rishon who is not widely studied today, but brilliant, very cutting against kind of commentaries on all kinds of issues which are relevant today. And when you study some of these Rishon, you say, wow, this is like alternate history. Like, what would have happened to Jewish civilization if we decided that the halakha, the law, followed Gersonides and not, let's say, the Rosh? very, very different kind of possibilities, and fascinating for our purposes. We're going to come back to both Gersonides and Ibn Ezra, I think, when we talk about the scientific revolution and Jews involved in it, but this gives you just a sense of the idea that there are many outliers among the Rishonim. It's hardly a monolithic, singularly orthodox way of looking at the world. The Rishonim had a tremendous scope and spectrum of activity and success. Okay, I see that I got a little bit too excited there and I spoke too long about some of these things. So let's look at Maimonides specifically. And he is really special because, among other things, he is the greatest of the outliers. I mean, he is so amazing unto himself as a scholar, as someone who is active in all of these areas and many more, but at the same time, he was the most vilified during his lifetime, and especially shortly after his lifetime, so much so that Jews actually were responsible for burning Maimonides' books, if you can believe that. Look at that story.
It's a weird time. Hey, thanks. Gotta do it. Staring right through it. Staring at the table. I don't even like that. It's crazy. I can't watch here on my phone. That's a real. Can't you just have to take a photo of your ID? What's the problem, Mark?
Here's a sort of modernized, detailed version of the iconic image that we have today.
House will peel over your house. That's true. Every spot in your house, you have to cut their balls off. Just checking it. It's fun. It's amazing how many cats there are out there.
We have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's sort of like when you see that picture of Maimonides. That is his signature up on top, which was taken from the Genese archive. His dates are 1130 to 1204. Born in Córdoba, we spoke about it a little bit in the beginning of the Golden Age. But he had to flee Spain as a youth because of the persecution of the North African Muslim tribes that came into the Iberian Peninsula and started demanding a much greater adherence to Muslims and went up to the fraternization that they thought was going on between Jews and Muslims and Christians. So his family, which had been in Spain for generations, in his biography, he lists, I think, 10 generations of Dayanim, of judges, of rabbis that preceded him, very illustrious family. The family had to flee Spain, and over the course of his teenage years, they made their way across the coast of North Africa from one place to another. Along the way from Spain to Egypt, where he ultimately settled, he received a significant secular education. He was especially trained in Tunis, where he learned to be a doctor. We mentioned before, this is kind of like the go-to profession of a Jewish intellectual of the medieval period. It's a portable trade, it's a respectable trade, it's a well-remunerated trade, so therefore, Jews often chose this as their profession. He dedicated himself during these years of his youth exclusively to study. The mainstay of their family economically was his brother David, his older brother David, who was a merchant. Unfortunately, when he died in a shipwreck and lost all of their wealth as well, Maimonides had to go to work, and so he turned to trade as a physician, and he had to abandon his full-time study of Torah in order to do so to support the rest of his family. He is, in many ways, paradigmatic and at the same time exceptional. Paradigmatic in the sense that, as we discussed in the Golden Age of Spain, he is one of these really unusual people who is world famous for his secular activity, specifically as a medical doctor. At the same time, he exerts a phenomenal light on all of Jewish intellectual history for the next 1,000 years. He is so incredibly powerful in both areas. Honestly, that's what makes him sort of like the idea of the Spanish Golden Age. And that's why I think so many schools are named after him, because you want to tell your parent body that if you send your kid to our school, he's going to be like Maimonides, a great scholar of Torah, and a great red winner in the secular field and so on. I think that's what kind of the image that they're trying to get across with that. But at the same time, he was, as I mentioned, when we talked about the Rishonim, his opinion is frequently ignored by later commentators. Let's just say ignored. Say it is overlooked. They'll say, okay, Maimonides thinks this, but two other major figures, the Rif and the Rosh, they disagree with Maimonides, so we're going to go with the majority rule, and Maimonides will lose out. He does things that, he approves of things that the rabbis would disagree with. And so, although he has a phenomenal Jewish history and Jewish thought, many of his ideas were outright rejected. Just to give you one interesting example, he felt very strongly, based on his long-standing experience in family, that a person should not receive a check for serving as a rabbi. I know I'm going to get in trouble because rabbis, congregations, sometimes consider this practice. It's much more exceptional in the Ashkenazi game. And there are ways to justify it. If a rabbi does not receive a free choice, that would essentially the business model of so many Jews would be terrible. If a rabbi does not have another sort of wealth or account, then he will leave off being a rabbi in order to be, there is kind of like permission given to your rabbis and your teachers that they are able to rabbi. That's like kind of an unpopular opinion that rabbi holds out of the Talmud. By the way, he's known as Rambam or the Rambam, which is the name of his name, Rabbi Moses from Maimon. The Greek term Maimonides means son of Maimonides, his father. Okay, so he's medic for being kind of that Spanish golden age ideal, even though bulk of his career is not and he's exceptional because frequently disagreed with, and as you'll see, very heavily criticized in his own lifetime and beyond. So he was very unusual. Now, what did he write? Now this is so important. So this is a beautiful manuscript from an illuminated manuscript of one of his books. Let's break it down into several categories. First of all, in his youth, he composed a very important commentary on the Mishnah, which has a lot of the qualities that we see in Rashi's work. So made him really much appreciated by his audience. And it is standard in every, even to this day, the second Mishnah includes the commentary of the Rambam. What's a little bit more definite about the Rambam is his medical writing in Arabic. He was like the go-to doctor of the age. He formed a medical services house of Egypt. He was specifically, in some of his writings, how he gets up early in the morning, he has to promote where he treats all of the kids and all the wives and the harem and so on. He works there all day, then he comes in by donkey for commute back to Fustat. There's a whole lineup of people who ask him all kinds of halachic questions. He has to spend hours and hours answering the questions. He wrote extensively in his area of medical expertise writings, which are preserved. They are accessible today. And he writes on things like anxiety, sleep disorder, all kinds of issues regarding the use of herbs and various medicinal products and so on. Extremely important medical writing still studied even to this day. He also wrote extensive letters. We have quite a bit of his correspondence to far-flung Jewish communities. Since he was unofficially considered the leader of all the Jews of Egypt and surrounding regions, they would frequently write to him for guidance and support. And some of these letters, in which he's addressing a specific problem, like I'm thinking in particular of one of the letters that he writes to a convert to Judaism who feels that he's being maltreated by the community in which he lives. And writes such a passionate, strong defense of the convert's position that it just it shows his personality and shows how he stood up for the lonely. He stood up for the less fortunate, so on. Another passage that occurs to me in the Mishnah Torah, very important passage in which he says that it's very important that before every holiday, a person expend sums in charitable fashion, because if you don't take care of the widows and the orphans in your society before you take care of your lavish meal for your family and friends, then you're not celebrating a holiday, you're celebrating your stomach. Really powerful, incisive kind of that. So this gives you a sense of his regional, maybe even you could say global leadership activities. But what got him into a lot of trouble were two other groups of writings, and these are the ones that are most widely studied today. The first are his philosophical writings, of which the most famous is undoubtedly the Moreh Nevuchim, translated as the Guide for the Perplexed. This was a work written in Judeo-Arabic, that is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, and it was written for a particular student who was kind of like a type. He was a student who was struggling with the apparent challenges posed by contemporary Islamic philosophy and Judaism, and having a lot of kind of high-level intellectual doubts, and wondering, boy, these Arabs have some great philosophical ideas. These are essentially the great Arabic tradition that flows from Aristotle, the Greeks, and he's wondering, they systematize so many things. It seems so logical, and Judaism really that much sense. So the Guide for the Perplexed, it addresses this student's concerns, and essentially within the context of Arabic philosophy. In this regard, it's a fascinating and brilliant work that essentially defends Judaism from the intellectual challenges of his age. But that was a book written primarily for the elite, the people who were well-learned, people who had a broad intellectual capacity. They're not generally working for a living, but were, sitting around thinking kind of things. His other work, which also got him into a huge amount of trouble, was the Mishnah Torah. Now, the Mishnah Torah is this massive work. I'm going to show you a picture of the standard critical edition used today. This is the edition I have in my own library, the Franco edition. This is a phenomenal restatement of essentially all Judaism in about 20-odd volumes. And what he does is he says, listen, Judaism is complicated, right? You've got the Torah, you've got the Talmud, you've got the Mishnah, you've got all these commentators and stuff like that, and you want to know how to be a Jew? So I'm going to help you out here. I am going to write out the entire Torah in a code-like format. Like this is a code, it's a guide for living. And you'll be able to follow every single line of it. It's written in really basic Hebrew, like middle school Hebrew. A talented 14-year-old can easily make his way through the Mishnah. Vocabulary is complex, and it's written in very straightforward, easy, accessible fashion, which betrays, again, its sophistication, because when you really get into the weeds of why did he say this and not that way when the Talmud says it this way? Why did he change the order of things? You see really what's going on in my mind's mind, much like we saw with Rashi. But this is an unusual that goes way beyond the much more modest codes that will eventually eclipse it. For example, Maimonides' code, Mishnah Torah, deals with all time. Meaning, most of the later codes, like the Shulchan Aruch, they said, there are a lot of laws in the Torah how to offer sacrifices. But we don't have the temple today, so we can't offer sacrifices. So we'll just skip that whole part. And Maimonides says, what are you talking about? It's in the Torah. We're going to go through it. Similarly, it's only in the Mishnah Torah that we have the laws of the Messianic era. How to recognize the Messiah. What will it be like in the Messianic era? How are we supposed to conduct ourselves in the Messianic era? Right? The other codes say, hey, I think we'll figure that out when we get there, but Maimonides said, no, it's in the Torah. I'm going to explain it. He also explains some amazing things that others might think really is not legislatable, like how to have an opinion. what kind of opinions should you have anyways? It's in his code of law. Really one of my favorite areas that I'm very attached to is that he wrote on how to repent. And I'll just take a quick moment. It's sort of a book plug, but I guess I can't do that. I have a personal project where I study his laws on Teshuvah, which means repentance, every year. And starting in 2012, I wrote up a little translation, and I put it on the internet, and people liked it. So I revised it when I went over the next year, and then the year after that, so on. And now, almost 10 years, now the 8th edition dies, and I'm waiting, I'm hoping to work on the 9th edition, and I always release it on the anniversary of my father's passing. But he writes on how to repent, how to take charge of your own behavior and how to change your behavior. These are amazing books, but he got into tremendous trouble for example, and there were several waves of controversy surrounding his work, some that occurred in his lifetime, he died in 1204, and several that went on for another couple of hundred years. Conflicts especially erupted when the Ibn Tibbon family translators produced a Hebrew translation of his Judeo-Arabic Guide to the Perplexed, and it circulated in Northern Europe, where the Jews there had no access to the Arabic text. This caused a huge hue and cry against Maimonides. What were the charges? One of the charges was he was overly reliant on Greek wisdom, meaning he has a huge respect for Aristotle, and his Nicomachean Ethics had a massive impact on certain sections of Maimonides' thought, especially the laws of opinions that I mentioned earlier. He disagrees with Aristotle in some key areas, but otherwise he openly calls him a philosophe, the philosopher. And his synthesis of Greek thought and Jewish thought is brilliant. But a lot of the Northern European rabbis said this is traitor, this is not bullshit. You can't build a Jewish philosophy with such heavy reliance on non-Jews like Aristotle. Another major charge was that Torah how many footnotes. So what is going on here? You're looking at the text and hearing how Maimonides tells us to behave, but the way that we've always been studying the law is you have this opinion, you look at that opinion, you argue about them, you figure it out, you come to a conclusion, and here Maimonides just told us the conclusion, offering us the background debate. And so, we don't know how he arrived at his decision. Secondly, and related to this, a lot of people are arrogant, because as he says in the introduction to the Mishnah Torah, he says essentially, look, you have this big book that I just wrote, it essentially takes care of everything you need. Obviously, you still be studying Torah, but you want to know how to be a Jew? The whole thing is the first felt that many rabbis felt this is a type of arrogance. I've spoken in other lectures a little bit running out of time, but there's also economic factors involved here because he essentially challenges the business model of rabbinic expertise in a very serious way. It turns out to not be that way because an even greater industry was created of commentary on Maimonides. But sadly, Jews denounced the works of Maimonides to the Dominican friars, who gladly seized these books, which were charged with heresy, and burned them in Paris in 1232. So it was a huge tragedy that some Jews in Northern Europe were so incensed with Maimonides that they preferred to see his books consigned to the flames than to have them studied. 10 years later, there would be another repetition of this when the Talmud itself would be burned in exactly the same spot in Paris. There are other ramifications. For example, the Spanish rabbis continued discussing this for quite some time, and the only way they sort of compromised about Maimonides was they agreed to a Europe-wide ban on the study of philosophy for anyone younger than 25 years of age. And that was supposed to say essentially that Maimonides has a lot of useful things to say, but he is kind of dangerous. So we want students to achieve a certain level of maturity before they look at something like the guy for the perplexity. So that's basically how he remained controversial. Ultimately, his overpowering legacy and makes him one of the most towering figures of the Rishonim and of future generations to the present.
Well, it turns out that neither can Terence Howard. He thinks 0.1 times 0.1 equals 0.001. That's one too many zeros, bro. Come on.
What's 0.10 times 0.10? 0.10 times 0.10 is 0.00.
Before we discuss the experience of Jews in Ashkenaz, I'd like to take a little bit of a broader approach for a moment to speak about the structure of the Jewish community. What I'm going to describe is something that pertains really to much of the 2,000 years of diaspora history that we've been looking at. There's certainly wide variations between the various communities that we'll be looking at, but by and large, the structure that I'm going to describe to you now helped form most of Jewish communities, as far as we can tell, but Ashkenazic and Sephardic, really right from the beginnings of the diaspora, right up until the 18th century, as we'll discuss today. And so while there are differences in terminology, to be sure, and sometimes differences in the relative level of authority invested in particular structures within the community, nevertheless, speaking in broad strokes, this is a major element of the survival of the Jewish people over their 2,000 years in diaspora. And it's rather remarkable that, in my humble opinion, they've managed to figure a way to survive after it was largely destroyed in the last couple of centuries. But let's try to understand it writ large and understand that there will be specific differences when we go to particular towns and particular communities. The name for this community varies again from Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands, but one of the most common terms is the word Kehillah, which means literally congregation, in the sense of to congregate. The Hebrew word kahal, which is also used sometimes to describe the Kehillah, is really a reference to the bringing together of people. One of the terms that was used, particularly in Ashkenazic lands, to describe the community. Now, I think at its foundation, one of the most important elements of the Kehillah is the fact that it's based on a system of taxation. That everything takes money to run. And the Kehillah developed early on a form of taxation of Jews living in a particular municipality, and then was able to generate those funds more or less efficiently into a rather remarkable government. We're going to be talking today primarily about what we would call, let's say, municipal self-government, due to a specific, in some cases, a city even. When you get to the modern period, the cities supporting the one Kehillah, the idea of separating a single Kehillah associated with the city into several Kehillot was something that was fraught with controversy, and we'll speak about that when we get to the 19th century in particular. But now, we're really speaking about how the Jews would organize themselves within a fairly geographic area to one particular town. Okay, let's look at the part of the Kehillah. Begin with the institution known as the Tuvei Haviyot, which literally means the good people of the city. By good people, that basically means people who are wealthy. That's probably the most important criterion to be in this group, which is essentially kind of like a directors of the organization, like board of directors of the synagogue. And by the way, the temporary structure of synagogue today is basically on the design of the Kehillahs. So today we're typically wealthy people, almost all are universally male, owners and so on. Occasionally there's a nomination of someone who is a well-known scholar, but that was clearly unusual kind of stability of on hand, they received the honor of being in this and they've done recognition, leadership efforts, and so on. But time they are also responsible for shortfalls in the taxation system, not generate enough funds from the impoverished people of the city. So it was a responsibility of leadership that good people took on in order to support the community, and the honor that was bestowed on them was really a recognition of the time, energy, and finances that they would also devote to the upkeep of the city. They would typically take from their group one member who would be the Parnas. And by the way, both of these institutions were democratically elected to the year, typically for a multi-year contract, which was not remunerated. This was an unpaid position, but there would be these regular elections, and not everyone could necessarily stand for election, but we're talking about small groups of people, right? When you get to the later period, when you might have 7,000 people in a community, it's a little bit more complicated. But in small community laws, which were the bulk of the medieval period, we're talking about 500, 2,000 people at most, so it's not a huge organization. The Parnas, or literally the president, you can see there might be even a relationship between the Hebrew and the English word, was essentially the chief executive officer of the Kehillah. Nominated from the Tuvei Ha'ir, the Parnas, typically male, would be given the responsibility of exercising oversight of the functioning of the entire Kehillah. The Tuvei would also be responsible for the appointment of the rabbi, and the rabbi would assemble the Beit Din. Now, this is a really significant point. Although there were times when the Tuvei had very little say in who appointed the rabbi. For example, you'll see this when we get to the 18th century in Poland in particular. But generally speaking, the community would be responsible to appoint a rabbi and to pay his salary. This meant that there was kind of an unusual relationship where the rabbi, who was technically the leader of the community on at least a theological level, because the rabbi, who was always a he, of course, had a sense of the nature of Jewish law and how the community should be directed according to it. But in reality, he was supported by the Tuvei Ha'ir, and he had a role. He had a responsibility to adhere to their wishes as well. There were times when the Tuvei Ha'ir or the Parnas came into conflict with the rabbi, and this is like in contemporary synagogues when the president of the synagogue wants one thing and the rabbi wants another thing. It can be a real showdown, but nevertheless, the rabbi had tremendous symbolic and often real authority based in the dictates of the time. The rabbi would, of course, be responsible for adjudicating disputes, which would involve the assembling of a Beit Din, a court, of typically 3 rabbis who would be involved in discussion. You should realize that the title rabbi does not necessarily mean that person has control over the entire community. The title rabbi could be used in many different contexts, including teaching in schools, and if there are more than one synagogue in a community, things like that. But anyway, both the Parnas and the rabbi used a group of people called the Gabbayim to enforce their will. So the term Gabbai literally means collector, and we see that, for example, in Pirkei Avot, where it's using that sense much more clearly. And today, a synagogue Gabbai is kind of like a synagogue functionary who just decides which person gets various honors in which sequence on a Saturday morning. But in the Kehillah, the Gabbai was a feared individual who is essentially not exactly the policeman, but the summons deliverer of the Tuvei Ha'ir or of the Beit Din. If you had most commonly an individual who refused to pay the assessed taxes, and this was based essentially on the decision of the Tuvei Ha'ir or of the Parnas exclusively, then the Gabbayim would be there to make sure that they collected, the cow or the gold coins or whatever they was collected. Or if an individual, for example, refused to appear for a summons before the Beit Din, then the Gabbayim would be there to muscle him over there. And we'll talk about this perhaps in a later class, but we understand that the Gabbayim actually had the authority to use corporal punishment with the direction, of course, of the patron. And in some rare occasions, there's even some discussion of capital punishment. Too much for our discussion right now, but we should understand that the Bayan are really significant fixtures in the operation of the Now, in terms of the day-to-day experience of the Kehillah, most of the people involved in the Kehillah, Jewish members of the Kehillah, would experience this solely through the yearly taxation that would be assessed by the Tuvei a year. They would have to pay what they could for. Typically, a lot of impoverishment in Kehillah, and those taxes are not used for self-aggrandizement for these hundreds of a year. So the money then flows into the actual services provided by the Kehillah. And this is extremely important. This is certainly the largest chunk of the Kehillah operation was forms of chavrot or committees. And unlike most of these other boxes that I put on the thing so far, the chavrot had a lot of female participation as well. The chavrot essentially provided the services that are remarkable by comparison to ratings and to other aspects of a given location. The Jews, a very small population, nevertheless organized themselves effectively to take care of the needs that they could find in the community. Let's look at the typical chavrot that we find. There is, of course, name of the chavrot is the Chavrot Kadisha, or the holy. By the way, I would translate chavrot here as, let's say, committee. That means holy, Aramaic, which is not Hebrew. So Kadisha was the holy tradition, the holy group of men, who one group of men and women who dealt with the very important to provide for a proper burial. The Chavrot Kadisha tended to be outside power, not only because of the rather dire consequences of their potential refusal to provide a Jewish burial for but also because they tended to be comprised of the most well-respected individuals populated by people there. People who were well with from the Jewish thought, the traditional Jewish thought, the person who passed on and deceased is aware of the things happening on earth during the thought of preparation for burial, and therefore, if there are people who are disrespectful of the course, this is considered a grave affront to the deceased, and therefore they tended to choose people who would approach the difficult tasks with the appropriate solemnity and respect for the dead. In fact, one of the last things that they do after they complete the preparations for the dead is the members of the Chavrot Kadisha apologize in case they have done anything by accident that was untoward or perceived as disrespectful by the deceased. Anyway, the Chavrot Kadisha had a lot of power and was typically the premier of all the various committees. But there are Chavros that were associated with education. Very important. The Chavrot Shas typically was dealing with adult education was one thing, but they would often organize themselves for children's education, which was typically paid for by tuition on a familiar basis, but there was a tremendous emphasis on trying to give a much higher level of literacy to both boys and girls, at least at the very primary ages. We'll speak about this in more specific detail a little bit later on. Also, people of Cholim, routinely visiting or examining the Israel, and this was associated with providing for health care. Tomchei Shabbos was a committee, I should say is. These are committees which are still functioning in many Jewish communities today. Essentially a food bank to make sure that people had wherewithal to celebrate Shabbat with the appropriate amount of food. You have Ozer Dalet, which was those who aid the poor or associated with housing for the indigent and feeding them and so on. Masat Kala, very important committee that was tasked with providing for young families who did not have necessarily the wherewithal to start their life as a married couple. That Tzedek for travelers, this is essentially hospitality. Fedra Tehillim, which was one of the most well-known Fedras that would deal with the various pious needs of the community. Where Fedra Tehillim would typically bring people together to recite psalms on behalf of those who were ill. So, and we could literally, go on and on all day talking about the different committees that were set up, ad hoc individual communities. But this is just a sampling of some of the many associations that would be set up by men and especially by women in order to meet the needs of the community. It's really rather impressive, I think, when you look at the overall structure of the community that was mirrored over and over again in so many different municipalities. And when we look a little bit further down the road at the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, we see actually a high point in Jewish self-government when all of the individual communities joined together in literally a state within the state so that they could actually have kind of a government to pass legislation that affected all Kehilot simultaneously. We'll have to talk about how that worked out later on, but nevertheless, it's a really impressive achievement, I think, in Jewish self-government. And it says a lot about what allowed the Jews to survive through the modern era. Speaking about the modern era, we have to understand, like, wow, this is so great, why isn't it happening anymore? But we have to understand that the pre-modern Jewish community structure is very on a level of clearly. Two here have the right to assess their taxes, and this is above and beyond what the community as a whole has to pay to the non-Jewish state authorities. By the way, this was typically organized in a corporate fashion. In very rare cases did you have individuals actually having to pay individual taxes to the non-Jewish state. Taxes were typically assessed on the Jews as a whole, and the Jewish community had to translate that into taxes upon individuals. So there's kind of a natural flow from that to taxes to support the Jewish community as well. But there's that one coercive element that comes in the form of taxes. And the other major coercive element is what we might call religious or non-religious freedom. If you stepped out of line from community norms, you face the wrath of the Beit Din, of the rabbi of the city, of the Sivei here who might feel that your behavior was not going to represent the community well to the non-Jews in the neighborhood, and so on. These are really important things that help corral Jews within kind of like a set of boundaries for behavior. These would be challenged throughout the period that we're looking at, but most especially when we get to the modern era. In this regard, the attacks on the Jewish communal structure are one of the most important elements of what makes modernity for Jews. We're not there yet in terms of our Jewish history lab series. It's going to be a month till we really talk about it. But just to glance ahead to understand where we are now, by contrast, this all fell up in the 18th century, partially because of Jewish erosion of the system that you can see the roots of it, especially from the 16th century onward. But it really collapsed in the wake of the French Revolution, in which French authorities said, wait a second, we can't tolerate a dual system of government within our free republic. I mean, it sounds like these rabbis, they sound like police. How do you French police force and get a Jewish French police force? And what do you do? Collecting money from people? It sounds a lot like what the state should be doing, not individual organizations. Voluntary contributions, that's fine, but you want to actually assess taxes? No way. So the French Revolution essentially gave everything to Jews, gave rights to Jews as individuals, but not to Jews as communities. And that meant that the Kila structure, which had the benefit of really keeping Jews from assimilating outright for much of medieval period, this came crashing to a halt. Now, Napoleon restored some elements of that rather remarkable image of Napoleon from 1806, restoring the dignity of the fallen Jewish woman, holding on to the Ten Commandments there. In Napoleon's right hand, he holds the law, right, like the messianic tones of his self-image, Judea in the back, the familiar, the temple ground, things like that. So there's this image. This is something which favor of the emancipation of Napoleon, which was Napoleon. And celebrating the re-establishment of the Sanhedrin with ancient years. We'll talk about this in a few months. But here is Napoleon on the left, literally handing the Ten Commandments to a obsequious and defeated Moses, who's got his left hand kind of like over his heart, saying, "Oh, thanks for the emperor," and we with great deference to Napoleon. Wow, it's like even hard to look at this thing. But nevertheless, the conception of what happened, the emancipation, that Napoleon actually allowed the Jews to celebrate their religion. And in reality, these the coercive elements of the Segula, which also meant that there was going to be a huge lack of authority of the rabbis, of the Jewish elders, and so on. So much more to say about this, but it's really modern. We're focused on pre-modern now, let us not think that this was set in stone and inviolable and that no Jews had any say. Complaining about the Kehillah was a very common thing we see in all kinds of archival sources. And there were avenues of appeal. I mean, if you didn't like what the today were trying, you could go to the faith dinner to protest, and there would be some adjudication of it. Yes, it's true that the rabbi is essentially paid by those taxes, but you are now protesting. But on the other hand, the rabbi has the great authority of the Torah behind it, and so those values of money versus Torah have to somehow sort themselves out. And there were also ways in which even people who did not have the wherewithal to easily initiate these kinds of legal challenges could nevertheless make their voices heard, especially women. There were various disruptive behaviors that people engaged in, women in particular. One of my favorites is disrupting the Sabbath services, where if a woman felt that she was maltreated by the system, she could, it was definitely highly discouraged, but she could simply walk into the men's section on a Saturday morning and stand right there in front of the Aron, in front of the Holy Ark, and refuse to allow the Torah to be read until her case was heard, or until at least a promise was made that her case would be heard. This was like, not unheard of, but definitely a very radical way to challenge the system. The voices of women could be heard, albeit in extremis, but nevertheless you do have examples of this disruptive behavior that allow the voices of less powerful people to be heard, even despite the very strong authority of the Judea and the faithful. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the structure of the Jewish community before the modern era and some sense of its power base. Let's go on now to talk about the impact on Jewish communities in the Bible. Thank you very much for that.
It's acrylic or whatever it is. Cyrillic. You can read that? Yeah. For real? You can read Russian? Yeah. I never told you about Russian. You did, but I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you learned how to read. I thought it was really hard. I just met this DJ, very big DJ Fed. I was with Santino. We were at a tennis tournament. And I said, "Wait, where's your accent from?" He goes, "Oh, Russian." I said, "Yeah." He goes,
what were the Crusades? We have to understand the idea of the Crusade. Which is, of course, in today's parlance, we use the word crusade like some kind of grand venture to improve something. Like we can have a crusade for the environment, or we can have a crusade for I don't know, literacy or something. The term, of course, comes from the word cross, was the word crux, and because the Crusaders themselves were traveling under the sign of the cross on their way to the history is basically like this. In the year 1095, Israel was under the control of the Muslims, and there was a significant conflict between the Muslim Empire and the Empire and Constantinople. And the Byzantine Empire, of course, was Christian. And although there was a significant split between the West, who became Roman Catholics, and the Byzantine Christians, the leader of the Byzantine Christians, Constantinople, now called Istanbul, reached out to the Pope in Rome, shown here Urban II, and said, "Can you help us out? We are finding that we cannot make our way to the sites in Jerusalem." And so Urban, when he was in France, he called together a council, and in 1095 he proclaimed a grand Europe-wide crusade, gathering our militias to march all to Jerusalem and take it from the non-believer Muslims. It was an audacious goal. We're talking communities, Christians who were all arguing with each other. There was a mechanical motive behind it because here were the adventure. There are also lots of economic at the time young at a particular young widow ladder that continued to occupy them. I'm not kidding you, there's a lot going on. But at any rate, the prize caught fire. People loved the prize themselves all across, and they made their way in a series of crusades. So it was not just one. Finally, down to Jerusalem, where they attacked it and conquered it in 1099, establishing for a very brief period of time, and with some interruptions, a crusader presence in Israel. As you can see from this map here, not all of the crusades succeeded, and in fact, much of the first crusade, which is especially important for us, was actually brought to its knees not by Muslim defenders, but by Christians who refused to allow the Crusaders to pass through their territory, and quite frequently along the way, the Crusaders traveled past Jewish settlements. So you see all of the Stars of David here represent larger Jewish communities, and the green path in particular is important to us. At the top right there, you see that it goes through northwestern Europe, which is where much of the story in this project today happens. So that's the idea of the crusade. They finally get ring in early 96, and by 1099 they conquer and take over Jerusalem. What this means for the Jews is that there were a huge number of massacres, particularly in the Rhineland. And scholars of the Crusades often overlook this because they tend to think of the Crusaders in terms of the high-level, well-outfitted professional soldiers from the soldiering class who undertook this massive journey, Richard the Lionheart type people. But in reality, there were several stages or waves of crusaders that had different levels of social attachment to that class. In fact, when you get to the lowest level of crusaders, you have basically hoodlums and ne'er-do-wells and just decided to join on to this cause. Some of them were kind of stoked the rhetoric of people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who was directing people that goose, a given goose, or in the case of donkey, was actually infused with the Holy Spirit. Peter the Hermit went around stoking people's excitement and energy, saying to follow the Crusaders all the way. Meaning you've got like real official soldiers who have armor, and they have a horse, and they have a squire. You have just people who are like, count me in, I'm there. And they have no provisions, and they have no money, and how are they going to cross Europe actually having any of these things to name? Here's another image of Peter the Hermit on the left, who is kind of directing the Crusaders to their goal in Jerusalem. That's depicted on the right. This is from the 13th century piece of art. Another image of Peter the Hermit, directing the Crusaders as they head off. But in reality, Peter the Hermit was not directing the Crusaders. He was typically following behind them, but inspiring the masses to engage in various activities. Now, in terms of the Jews, many of these sort of lower level Crusaders, followers of Peter the Hermit, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the non-believer, the Muslims? We have non-believers living right here in the Rhineland Valley. Why do we have to go all the way over there when we can attack the Jews and we can fulfill the sort of religious mandate of the Crusades by attacking our local infidels? Three communities in particular were devastated, amongst about a dozen. Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, known as the community Schum, quite often will have little tri-towns. These towns that have close associations and are geographically proximate, they tend to have an acronym like Schum does. These particular towns were the epicenter of these massacres by these sort of ragtag bands associated with it. Why this becomes so important in Jewish history, the nature of the Jewish response. We're not talking about, devastation on the scale of the 19th, certainly not the 20th century. We're speaking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 8,000 people killed, which is a terrible tragedy, no question. But it's a relatively small number when you think about, 50,000 in the 17th century, 6 million just in the middle of the 20th century. But we nevertheless had a very powerful impact on the fairly young community of Ashkenaz that we'll discuss in a moment and in the next lecture. So the Crusades, let's go through them a little bit more detail. And these, by the way, the peace was right around this time of year. The worst attacks were days before and after the holiday of Shavuot in 1096. There are actually a lot of very powerful pieces of the liturgy that specifically remember that and are associated with the Tisha B'Av National Day as well. So the Crusaders, again, not the official soldier Crusaders, but these ragtag bands were in the neighborhood of Cologne in April of 1096, and the Jews of that community were quite afraid that there would be violence. So they attempted to respond to it in advance by being proactive and providing contributions. In the case of Peter the Hermit, who was there at the time, they offered to vision his followers, meaning the Jewish community of Cologne said, "Oh, look at all you hungry, tired Crusaders. Let us take care of catering you while you make your way down to Jerusalem." And Peter the Hermit accepted on their behalf. Another one of the more official Crusaders, Geoffrey de Boyon, he accepted a contribution of 500 gold pieces to maintain his troops as well. So contributions, quote unquote, is a kind of a guide to the avert disaster. It was actually temporarily successful, also because the Jewish community of Cologne also appealed to the emperor, who clearly gave instructions to local officials that there was to be no violence directed against the Jews in that time. As we shall see, the emperor who was positively disposed towards the Jewish community was not able to control the violence. Just to a sense of the nature of medieval society as a whole. So that's what happened essentially in Spain. Neighboring Jewish communities were worried because these crusaders are making their way along to communities. And they're worried about the isolated acts of violence that they associate with this mob. In the next town, in Speyer, the Jews were much more worried because by the time the Crusaders got there, they were more, and by the way, let me reiterate that official historians of the Crusades tend not to regard the followers they do, also crusaded mobs, as crusaders themselves, and indeed they're quite distinct. This is like mob violence that's following the larger zeitgeist and the larger movement in society. But in Speyer, the Jews attempted to barricade themselves in the wall, that they could simply ride out the violence. The mob went into Speyer, and they were able to make it a synagogue, and they were killed. And it was at this point we have something that is especially unique about Crusades that has, I think, profound impact for the rest of the history. The Crusaders, even this mob, were liable to be attacked because accept baptism that would make them believers. Then they save themselves, and so the Crusaders' baptism or death. The difficulty in Christianity, especially in medieval Catholic, about forced baptism. The frowned on forced baptism because, after all, it's supposed to be something that is done with intent, and you're fearful for your so that you have intent. But once baptism was formed, the church was almost to declare it void. Like the whole Garganetara case, where even as late as 1858, we still had this terrible situation. At any rate, in Speyer, you have the first example, and by the way, we have a number of very solid first-hand accounts that survived the Crusades. There's about half a dozen significant narratives from both the Jewish and the non-Jewish perspectives on how these events unfolded. So we actually have a lot of good material to base this history on. I refer you to the works of Robert Chazen, who's written extensively on the Crusades. It was inspired the first known case of a woman given the choice of baptism or death, to choose death, martyrdom, or as it's called, the Kiddush Hashem, the sanctification of the name. And this is a phenomenon that would be indelibly with the Crusades on a much larger level. When they got to Worms, which is again when they sought refuge with the bishop, and this is something we see over and over in the Crusades. The church is not the enemy at all here. It was, in fact, against the violence. And although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more of a mass movement that came from strange characters like Peter the Great. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishops' compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them, we do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll turn to them in a second. But you have this terrible, awful incident of Jews trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in the flames, or fearful of having them break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation of deciding to hurt where many of these Jewish families and communities simply decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful, poignant descriptions of mothers killing their own children and fathers killing their daughters and just horrible, horrible things to read that literally formed part of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this event, which was called incidentally Zerat Tatnu, the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so, and you have an incredible number there of massacres, perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides were in Mainz. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000, and include the surrounding communities, so it might go up a little bit more. Another one of these figures who was kind of like Peter the Hermit is Count Nico. He eventually moved on. It was his troops who were later destroyed by the Hungarians. And one last detail that's quite significant. After this horrible summer of 1096, the emperor actually officially allowed many baptized Jews to ignore their forced baptism and return to the Jewish community. There was a papal conflict at the time, and the so-called anti-Pope Clement III was very upset with the emperor, but at this point, the church did not have the authority to challenge him, especially not a disputed pope, and so therefore the Jews were allowed to return to their faith by secular law. Also interesting is to note is that the Jewish community had to deal with this question of, are these baptized Jews allowed to come back to Judaism? Rashi and others, of course, answered in the affirmative, that they will welcome back, but it was a subject of debate, and there's just a new monograph that came out recently, I believe, by Professor Kanakoga. I'm looking forward to reading that and knowing a little bit more about the story. But at any rate, it was like this massive wave of violence that swept over the Rhineland in association with the Crusades and a very distinct we spend a little more time looking at the impact on Ashkenaz. Let's just follow the Crusaders down to Jerusalem, where they finally put siege to the city in the summer, in June of 1099. The Jewish community actually defended Jerusalem side by side with the dominant Muslim population, but after a brutal siege, the walls were breached, and the Jews in Jerusalem were massacred. Many were actually sold into slavery and only redeemed when the slave ships brought them off of Italy, and the Jewish community there was able to take them out of slavery. Absolutely horrific massacre. Obviously, there's huge geopolitical implications to the Crusades, because this was a major point in the cleaving of Europe between the Christian North and the Muslim South. The separation politically and culturally and intellectually of Christians and Muslims continues right up until the present day. In fact, one of the, I'm told, one of the slang derogatory terms for Americans in Iraq is crusader. That, the Muslims definitely have the Crusades is a very important part of their historical memory, and it's not a complimentary one.
They were two YouTubers who had been talking shit about each other. Why does it lie? But thank God we didn't have to hear about how Rogan challenges himself by working out, jumping in the sauna, and taking ice baths. Fuck, hang on. Now, what point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser? There's no chance of me being
Okay. So what happened in Ashkenaz is...
You're at the tippy top of the tippy top. And everybody
but powerful punctuation of violence that erupted in 1096. There are a couple of really important cultural, socioeconomic, and religious responses that you yourself, and I think they kind of started a vector for Ashkenazi to follow that we still see the impact of. First is a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is used with regard to Hasidim of the 18th century onward, like the Chabad Hasidim, Vishnu, and Satmar, and so on. These are not the same Hasidim. They use the same term, but it's a completely separate movement. The Hasidei Ashkenaz the Hasidei Ashkenaz were a movement that gained strength in the 50s following Crusades, primarily in Mainz. One of the most important literators is Yehuda Chassid, a multi-generational family commitment to this particular movement, and he wrote the book shown on the left here called Sefer Hasidus. What is fascinating about this brief-lived movement in Jewish intellectual history is that, unlike anything since we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, maybe some elements we'll see later when we get to Bat and the Kabbalists, but they emphasize themes of self-denial, lots of fasting, literally, rolling into things, an elevation of the concept of martyrdom. Not something when you're talking about a community that's only this explosion of violence in the 11th century. But the movement simply did not years, and it sort of died out naturally of this particular book of Hasidim, which is an amazing book together from different pieces, maybe not all Yehuda Chassid, but I mention one which that you may be familiar with. It is widely reprinted. Yehuda Chassid left fairly extensive ethical will for sentence that all kinds of special practices that they are to engage in. One of my favorite ones, which you've probably heard of, is Rabbi Yehuda Chassid says famously to his sons that none of them should marry a woman who has the same name as their mother. Right? And this is something that, for whatever reason, is so widespread in the Jewish world that, if a man meets a young woman and his mother's name is Hannah and her name is Hannah, so she will add a name Sarah. So she'll change her name, so it's not exactly the same as his mother's. Same thing with women marrying men who have the same name as their father. And one of the ironic things is that there's no source for this idea anywhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Talmud, nowhere in Midrash. It's like the only source for this is in his particular will from the 12th century. And the famous Kotzker Rebbe, a Hasidic rabbi in the 19th century with an incredibly assertive wit, he once said that if Yehuda Chassid had known how strictly people would adhere to instructions in his will, he would have included the 10 Commandments in there too. So Hasidei Ashkenaz sought this strong self-mortification with all kinds of strange practices, like, for example, after a person dies, putting in their will that they want their coffin dragged along the ground, not carried to the cemetery to atone for their sins, and strange measures of fasting to atone for sins, calculating the value of a sin in terms of literally caloric value, and then paying for it with calories, like in a popular diet. But this is all told, it was really influential for about 150 years, but it kind of like flourishes right after the Crusades. Another thing we should recall is that the major violence was 1096, but the incidence of violence would continue for various reasons over the next few hundred years. We're going to explore short medieval anti-Semitism, which is not something that we've talked about extensively before, and it was getting pretty nasty. It was shortly after the Crusades that you have the first charge of ritual murder, this bizarre idea that Jews need to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus by, God forbid, killing a small child. That occurs in England in 1144. And then added to that, you have this strange concept that the Jews somehow need to consume human blood, a total absurdity and a lie. But nevertheless, these kinds of things simply keep developing and developing. And I believe that the Crusades mark a turning point in Ashkenazic culture in which Jews begin to become much more insular. The outside world is far more different as the possibility of these cultural exchange with non-Jews as less and less of a possibility, and they start to fold their culture inwards, looking inside at each other, much less than looking to the outside world. Hopefully over the next few weeks we'll have the opportunity to explore this thesis and see if it makes sense, especially when contrast with the Sephardic experience, in which they did not have the same kind of like sharp break until you get to the expulsion of 1492, half a millennium later. I think one of the ways in which we see this, and you'll forgive me because this is kind of a new idea for me and I've not fleshed it out totally, but you see it somewhat in the generational shift between the era of Rashi. Rashi was a very old man when the Crusades occurred, when he ended his life, and his grandchildren and the larger school that developed around him known as Tosafot. Rashi is typically printed on the inside binding of every Talmudic page, and his grandchildren and their school's commentary on the outside of the Talmudic page. And one of the big differences is that Rashi, as a stylist, tends to be much more straightforward, holding your hand, explaining things one word at a time, one concept at a time, and he seems to be much more open to the simple translation of the text. Tosfot, on the other hand, you see there is a much more inward-looking perspective as the entire world reality revolves around the text in various places in the Talmud. Whereas Rashi says, what does it say on this page? I'm going to explain to you this here, this means this. And so also says, how can what it says here be true when 500 pages later in the Talmud we see something that implies the opposite? And tying together these big analytical links throughout the entire document sort of creates like an internal web of meaning that is entirely self-dependent on the text. It does not necessarily reach for scientific evidence or geographic evidence or anything like that, but the arguments are all kind of like internal and self-reinforcing. And I would like to argue that the European Tosafot represent a literary example, an intellectual example of that turn inwards that we see in Ashkenazi culture that would ultimately have kind of like an explosion when they finally do release themselves to the outside world in the 18th and 19th century. But that brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. And for those of you who need to leave, of course, Zoom class dismissed. And for those of you who want to hang around for questions, I'm really happy to talk to you later.
Oh, it's just Bert, whatever. You know what I mean? People just start to treat you like you're normal and like you want to be treated.
I am very normal. I do like fame, and I think it's gross. We talked about that in therapy.
Right.
These famous bird stories are getting out of hand, but they're also fucking hilarious. In literally every single Two Bears episode these days,
we're going to start with a discussion of Jews in the
they always complain bullshit. No one has ever seen Bert Kreischer out in public.
medieval economy. And it's going to be a little bit more broadly focused than some of the other talks, especially more biographic talks that we've done before. And then we're going to really focus in on a couple of aspects of the Jews in the medieval economy, specifically commerce, and then finance. So these three short talks will give a sense, however, about the nature of the Jewish economy in the period, particularly around the high Middle Ages in particular. Let's start by talking a little bit about agriculture, which is not one of the areas in which Jews were especially active in the medieval period. Historically speaking, Jews have, of course, been farmers, not only in the biblical period when this was the main economic mainstay of the Jewish people, as we discussed way back in this Jewish History Lab series, but also in the modern period when you come to modern Israel. And as a matter of pride, the Jews specifically to return to the land. Now, this was motivated, of course, by the necessity of producing agriculture for this increasing population in the Middle East, but also because it was a reaction to 19th century idea. Much of thought in Europe in the 19th century, both from the right wing and the left wing of the spectrum of these areas, were developed kind of like looked down any people or nation that was not specific to agriculture. This idea, first we look towards socialism, this idea that, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of the land was somehow healthier or more on, as it were, than commerce. Commerce, after all, deals with buying things cheaply and then artificially selling them for a higher price. That's how commerce works. And for much of the medieval period as well, there's been this kind of disdain for commerce. It was always considered some kind of behavior of screw behavior, and I believe Muslims all a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit sought to regulate it. There's the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the amount that an object may be inflated in value in order to cover the cost of the seller, the person who is a middleman. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup is considered more or less normal, but there's so many reasons to. At any rate, so I have this idea that Jews, the urban people, so much of diaspora history was somehow, like, or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the folk, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race, that somehow the character of a people was formed by their connection with the land, that somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character of the Italians with their things and the Northern European Aryans with their things, and that was like part of like what it meant to be a person was the culture that you now imbibe by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews, of course, did not have this attachment to the land, and so therefore they were somehow unhuman. They were like not human like as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. And we see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial projects in the Americas, in the Russian Empire, and so on, where there's an encouragement for Jews to engage in farming. And they largely succeeded. Israel's agricultural output is really impressive and so on. But it contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with a profitable endeavor. First is that Jews are frequently expelled from a given region France expelled the Jews, I think it was 4 times in the 14th century, or 3 times in the 14th century. Every other generation, you could be expelled from your land. If you had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, then of course you got, because it's hard to run with this on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but they were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews, not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because who's to say that you'll be able to keep that land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed of it. Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty, and you're picking, carrots apart from each other, so they all grow at the best rate. I mean, my gosh, you would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand. Really, really hard work, and if the crops go bad, forget about it. So lots of these white Jews would not want to go into agriculture, and a lot of reasons why other forms of culture. Now, the last and perhaps the most important thing in many ways at the start of this idea really is the fact that Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to become farmers, and Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their roles in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because the way much of medieval Europe thought, people occupied roles in society not so much by their individual identities, as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or in America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very caste-like, almost like the Hindu system of not really as but in that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and then it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically, and then below them, this map is not to scale, a huge massive amount of peasants. Right? Those are three basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants. Right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming and defending the border at the same time, so the peasants and to a certain degree the nobles provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. If it sounds a little bit like a protection racket, you might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is supposed to work. The vassals, the lower classes, and class is not precisely the right word, but close, owed fealty to higher classes who in return had to protect them. That was kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was paralleled to a certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking about Catholic Western Europe, although much of this is broadly generally true for the Eastern world as well. And below the Pope, in a hierarchical structure, are the clergy, a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks, nuns, and so on. They occupy slightly different roles. And below that, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down. That is, the Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and education as appropriate, and salvific acts of classes to achieve their place in heaven. And in return, the lower classes, Christians in general, and then upwards of clergy and the Pope provide tithes, provide a taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, I might ask, when you look at these two structures, you might ask about who is ultimately in charge, and in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some period, it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region, but on a philosophical level, one could make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society, and the church sometimes was ascendant, and this meant that there were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jew, and there were times when the Pope took precedence, which was typically, but not uniformly, bad for the Jews. This is essentially corporate medieval structure. How you look, the next question you may have is, where do the Jews fit in? What box do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture. Neither of those boxes. They're not Churchy and they're not Christian, so where do they fit? So here's where Jews take position, which was later called Servi Amarai Regis, servants of the royal chamber. The Jews ended up becoming typically subservient to the king, and that was largely because of their economic. Beautiful piece probably does not depict two Jews. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there, and there's also, by the way, a little interesting sort of peek in the mirror of the artist probably looking on as he makes this picture. But the idea of this image, which is a 16th century Dutch work, this is a money changer in his life. You look at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure, who exactly is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in homes? The peasants certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant barrels of wheat and hides of foxes, things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of time, a certain number of days, week, or per month, farming the king's large landholdings, or the noble's landholdings, or the most valuable type, but the hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions were effected with barter, and when they paid their tax, sweat off their brow, actually working for them. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as servi camarae regis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves, maybe, of the royal chamber, which, because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of this very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are paid directly to the king, with no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box in that corporate structure I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because they produce that money. I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again. Just like we saw when we talked about communal struggle in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community. Meaning, if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to tax to the king every year, and that amount of money was collected by your community leaders in the Kabila, and they would forward collect amount to the king. You yourself was basically unknown to the king. For exceptional individuals, we'll talk about them very much later, so-called court Jews, but otherwise it was done entirely on a communal fashion, and the Jews had this ambiguous position where, on the one hand, because they produced so much cash, they were very valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risk if they were to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being Saturday Camarada is actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, that the king was not powerful enough to protect them, and he would lose that revenue stream. On the other hand, there were times when the king could be heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in theological history by people like St. Augustine, saying that the Jews have to serve.
What did you say?
So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business.
Talk to you later, big dog.
So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First, in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance.
What's on fire? What's on? What is? It's been around for a long time. It'll be fine. Why is it on fire? Why is it on fire?
Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to farming, right? Not such.
And then there's a fact, which in 2021
Such a
swelled
great
from 12
profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture. but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion. But the blue roots are the ones that are associated with the radonites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these radonites were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the New World at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places, people don't necessarily know you there, you've got to get your goods oversee, all kinds of things can go wrong. Benefits are huge. The profit margins can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks or spices, very popular in the West. And you bring them over there, the markup can be massive, and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his world goods, and the ship sank, causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician, which he turned out to be very well at, and also an unpaid rabbi. But commercials had a tremendous amount of possibility for profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have to schlep across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make much smaller journeys on your behalf, especially if you become much more established. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They seem to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic area. You have everything with Muslim rule, patchwork of different rules of warring regions. The Jews, of course, were not international travelers, and the Jews were not at all international trade players. They did have a decided advantage, which made them important to international trade. This diaspora is in language. So when they are traveling to far-flung communicating with a Jew from Central Asia, because they've got a incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent Hebrew, but they certainly know how to engage in the basic communication, negotiation, pricing goods, and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system and expectations, how commerce is done. If you can imagine today walking, if you've ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk, long before it was as dangerous as it is now, but you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really will buy it, all kinds of things like that. You might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition, with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately in a financial endeavor, then you have a whole system, a whole structure that allows it to take place. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iran, he would feel extremely out of place, especially after the Crusades. Oh my God, extremely unwelcome. He would not have the built-in support system there that will be able to take him in and be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protect him from being robbed and so on to do business. The Jews did these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the base Yaakov of Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the circle or pole, and we would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when we got up there, he would, my parents would take me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep on the sofa in the living room, and that's just the way it was because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing is pertaining in medieval where Jews are able to travel much more reliance on the hospitality extended to guests, so on. And this was a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, something like that. Always, the first thing they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the, right? And they start to immediately try to develop a web of connections that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. As you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles there. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items that Jews were selling were luxury items from the East, like perfumes, glass. They're still very expensive, silks, and we already talked about the silk, the spice route from the East. And these things would be brought towards the West, where Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have your ships full both ways. So you're traveling out to the East, you have goods from the West to sell to the East, and then you can bring things back from the West. Never have your ships empty as they leave port. 5th to 7th century. 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of BC is when Islam really started taking off, and by the middle of the 8th, Spain and so on, and quite a bit of these as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the West to the East a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. A lot of superior steel, iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the west, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the east. And here's the more controversial element. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general. It really has a problem with Jews and slaves. So there's a lot of ban frequently in medieval history, the fact that Jews are not allowed to own, some Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews but by non-Jews as well, so now the Jews become much more important in the slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberia. It's under Muslim rule, that is like the south part of the places like Grenada and so on. So the actual Jews involved in it is very small, right? Only the Jews were in international commerce, and only a small set overall. But Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this trade, and they were definitely dwarfed by the huge amount of slave trade in general by Christians and by Muslims. But on a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish slave traders, but they were again a minority among slavers as a whole, and we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the commercial practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the 21st century, it was not considered especially offensive in the 8th, 9th, 10th century, with the one exception that Christians do not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time, in fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word esclave or slave. It's also possible in modern Slavic languages it refers to a very different kind of word like glory, like you say Slava Bohu, glory be to God. But be that as it may, as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off-limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there's still larger proportions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in Northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase, and it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. Once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, we'll talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so as Jewish trade ends to actually decrease from the huge international scale and much smaller, and be much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect personally as well. I always tell one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. My father, Alex Cullen, may he rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in northern Ontario. His father is the Alex, and the Alex living the son. My father is the son there. You know, he ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like we see the pattern talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing large, mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was an economic mainstay of his family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with very Jewish people. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods of Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending.
It all came to a head in the lead up to the Ohio State versus Notre Dame game that just finished, where Jamie's team ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shane sticks to the deal and pays up and puts the t-shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter.
Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of it.
And calls him out for it. Because for the most part, Shane and Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together. But things start to get a little bit heated when it came down to their football rivalry.
Money lending and the medieval churches. And Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, and Shakespeare's famous play here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23 verses 20-21, very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest, food or money, or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more of this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, and non-Jews are not brothers. They are the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there were some Jewish thinkers who argued that that we're brothers as well because we're in the same God as the Jews. Others disagree. A Jew was allowed interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of bind where there was only Christians and Jews, so the only who would be able to technically on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing to each other, is the Jews. So they this, in some ways, a century thinker Ambrose argued that it is to lend money and not charge each other, kind of a Gemach, kind of free loan society. But it's hard to reach this because, after all, there's no problem. You have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institutional credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor, they're not actually bringing in corn, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratia. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. Actually has to do with human in terms of blood relations. But the Law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest, which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money laundering. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last two segments about the risks of agriculture, the risk of commerce, lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law in North Tolerandus Judaeus that Jews were not allowed to settle there, more likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there. They would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes, or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various types of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the task that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to compete with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like a nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow. So that people could afford to lend them a massive amount of capital. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we've seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is something that makes a lot of sense if you're living. It's like you can have bankers. You can simply say to open 10 to 3, and you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility. And it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can put money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit, and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? They were the Servi Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure, but I think that's hundreds of years later. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment, because we all have credit cards, and nobody likes a credit card debt. You look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge every month. You think, wow, I'm paying dollars for nothing. Stuff I bought a long time ago and all already, gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from these peasants when they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load, and when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see Jews engaged in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, doesn't have control of that. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go around loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary. And the nobility and the king, however, can show because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from institutions. And then when they don't go their way, like for example trying to finance a border war or an expansion, then it becomes more expedient to expel the Jews and cancel their debt. We see this happening in medieval Europe. England, for example, the Jews in 1290, basically this issue, there was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we will see in France, the Jews will then invite it back a generation later. When they expel the Jews, then they have sources of credit. They need to keep their economy low. So then they invite the Jews back. They expel the Jews, and they enter the cycle once again. So that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulating can be quite ephemeral because of the large resentment that can be populated. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of classes, some of the elements of it greater when alcohol is involved, because these Jews frequently have monopoly on the Nazi and supposed to drink on a cup, and then end up having a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts you'll see in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root. The exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually bill for what they do. It's a very difficult period. Now, how does this all come to end? Largely the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but it's small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for profit bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pieta are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been sealed. That there is now that the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking, there is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash and the amount of the are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of Jews were more likely to the local peasants, so they could buy schemes and things like that. There were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who rise to power after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who is much more local and has much less strenuous demands for culture. But you have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, like the ones that would be addressed at the end, would make no sense to you. So this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banking system. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would feed a growing anti-Semitic surge that is going to be the topic of next week's lectures. That anti-Semitic surge would ultimately realm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east, and to that subject that we will next week. For now, I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent week.
And it was good to see Rogan let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupting him or talking too much on the pod. Joe likes his side pieces to real quiet and do as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. Know deep down that Shane's gonna hate it. He even looked kind of embarrassed admitting that he went along with it to correct the record.
That if he did not exist, the anti-Semite was invented. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Let's have a look though at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea, and specifically look at the medieval period, and then in the next two lectures look at the two major charges that developed in the medieval period, specifically the blood libel and the defamation of the host. So first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, and he was seeking a replacement for a common term at the time known as Judenhass, or Judenfeinde, meaning hatred of Jews. It was kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se, he is against something of Semitism. Ism meaning some kind of philosophy, organization, movements of Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that groups would use Middle Eastern languages in Hebrew into a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled in English, at any rate, with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There's no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious anti-Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why they're using the term anti-Semitism without the hyphen and without the capital A. That said, the kind of antipathy Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards in time. I will do it and speak about anti-Semitism, even though more strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages of this bias against Jews that historians have identified, and the use of anti-Semitism is really not correct in any kind of political context. So let's quickly look at those 4 levels, because I want to put them in the context of the medieval period, which is our focus for today. The first of the 4 broad stages, what I like to call ancient phobia. Xenophobia simply means the stranger, fear which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric, because the Romans and the Greeks are really, many of the writers have some really nasty things to say about Jews. They seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire kind of bizarre quality that we'll be looking at in the next 2 lectures in particular. It's more like a normal kind of hate, just like, the South Koreans, the Apache. It's kind of a human condition that we can look different from our sort of behavior and so on. So it's kind of like nice, but it's more normal. When you get to early Christian period, the century and onward, you have a specifically theological antipathy to Jews. Discussed a little bit in the lecture on this, which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessors. Those of you who participate in synagogue forums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minion, right? You have a large synagogue, and then a small group of people are disgruntled with a Jewish policy or whatever. They can ask to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, "Oh, that was terrible. They wouldn't let us have Jewish God," things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these Jews. The third group, and I use this term hatred because, wow, it is so totally different from the earlier 2 stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is down the road and of discussing anti-Semitism until we talk about the modern, but in reality involves 2 basic ideas: thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute as a race rather than a different religion, really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of superiority, the idea of the Jewish race are all involved in this. There are elements of the medieval period, but they are minor. And note that anti-Semitism, like early Christian Judaism, and unlike medieval hatred, doesn't need any religious ruling to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected to Christianity or any other. It can be totally secular. A great example of anti-Semitism can survive natural challenges such as the decline in religion that occurs from the 18th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those areas, and we're going to focus on the medieval. So, what are the characteristics of medieval Judaism? So, the first and most obvious element of medieval Judaism is demonic ascriptions of meaning. This phrase just popped in my head because it was so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of people. Hatred of other human beings, right? Anthropos is man, just like misogyny is hatred of women, hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jewish hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they would do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid in this puddle of discomfort. It's such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. The Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child in particular to suffer that. Where did that come from? That's really demonic, and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil, so the term demonic is significant here, because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. I think Dante and others like that, and this particular image which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there of hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about these so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to appear. I mean, these are things that we know in early forms of anti-Semitism. Another main characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of the charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that, we need an excuse to hate the Jews, so let's find some kind of bizarre story to attach to them, and we'll justify it using religion as kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that in some really interesting sort of ironic places is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular movements of medieval Judaism, like the ritual murder charges. And they're saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything, and we want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the mob has been kind of whipped up by this surging belief that the Jews somehow and it seems very clear that when you contrast it with previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about the religious differences with a modicum of you see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's like so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used for it with the hatred. And the third element, which I'd like to get into, but I'm going to stop a little bit to talk about the Spain in a couple of weeks, you see Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is up until the 13th century really a closed text for Christianity. And when it is kind of like discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that, and they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century interpretation. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from pre-Islam's. But anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of like bleed over into the modern period into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud teaches Jews about supposed conspiracy and so on. There are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains a significant amount of power at this time. And you recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power of the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews. Secondly, you also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to, wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews is born out of this, resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish money lending. That's not to say in any way that lethal behavior is somehow allows for violence. It does speak to the inegalities of the medieval economy, and it's something that people should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this is a part of the emotional makeup of those who live in Jews. Finally, one other element which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to discuss in a little more detail at the end of tonight's talk, but the technological advances of information technology in particular, the development of woodcut technology, and eventually the printing press and the use of secular propaganda begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church-sponsored. Recall that for medieval people, art was incredibly precious. We had image-saturated time, bombarded with images, and not only that, with video, it was very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder, even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it, they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a little miniature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has a significant impact, I would argue, on the social media spread of these ideas.
And so I think it's one thing to be making claims about, say, like Christian history or the Bible. When you start to get into like linguistics and philology, it gets messy. If you don't know what they're talking about, it gets really weird really fast. And I see people like Billy Carson talk about being able to read Sumerian. I'm like, dude, I read ancient
I
languages.
feel
I've tried and I
constrained
haven't
to
yet
say
to
this to
Sumerian.
everybody,
So
even though it should be patently obvious.
unfortunately, it actually gives
The
away.
charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities or whatever bizarre reason possibly killing and used and murdered them and consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly, it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until present day all around the world, despite being disproved so many times. It nevertheless had a stain that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation, a violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how let me second. The term ritual murder emerges out very first one of these charges, which occurred in 11. And in that particular story, in which a young child came for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. Later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically and most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from the child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together. Ritual murder and the blood libel. Here you can see in this very useful map, which comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, the number indicates the century. So Norwich has the first in 1144. The lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So there were in London there was one in 12 and two in the 13th century. And then from England exported to the continent, and in particular in Germany and North Italy, you see a lot of it happening over the 13th and 15th century. And then it moves even further east out through Poland, in particular Czech lands, Hungary, and all the way out into Russia and Ukraine. So you can see the round numbers indicate 19th and 20th century blood libels. Here is an illustration actually in a church, so some kind of wall painting in North that show them who is being tortured by Jews. You notice that he has a halo around his head indicating that he acquired holiness. And in fact, many of the children who were associated with these blood libel and ritual murders were venerated. The relics were preserved and were the site of quite a bit of religious pilgrimage and so on. And as we shall see, sometimes even beatified. the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the sun child, which is an example of what is definitely not correct in representation is that when William Norfolk's body, 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, the specific reference he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. Some scholars who had studied this very murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was but he was in fact assaulted, and thereafter. Reads which we are able to reconstruct that unfortunate young child was accosted by a child who him and murdered him. And after the body was found, some cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child, and people were looking for a scapegoat. And the Jews, who had only been in Norwich for about 9 years when this occurred, they were the most likely people to be blamed. And so what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the authorities, but the story was not public violence, and which happens frequently in Catholic cities. Now, this is really the beginning ritual murder charge in 1144, but there are ironically some. The historian Josephus rebuts early anti-Semite named Appian, who kidnapped and murdered a Greek child, Hellenistic, a Greek child as part of their religion and kill and so on. But there's been no connection between Appian had to say back then and what happens 5 years later. We also, ironically, that early Christians were accused of children for religious purposes. Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 2nd century, complains about the way in which the Christians are being abused with this slander. And this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state or has any power to speak of. So it's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples with other cultures, but nothing with the imaginary power that the ritual murder and drug abortion has been for Jews, which is where we start. What are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews. So this is a famous woodcut in the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually omitted the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the with the round symbol that was used to identify them as Jews. Very useful thing in our history. One of them on the left has the Jute note, the Jewish horn hat that was also used in that to depict Jews. And of course, at the center of the image is the young Simon being tortured by the Jews, and his blood is being retrieved in that pan at the bottom that represents the bloodline. Common elements. They usually happen around Easter or Passover for several reasons. The most obvious being that Easter is, of course, the time of the Christian religious calendar that commemorates the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And so the idea that this is so important for Christians, it must also be really important for Jews, and therefore the description of the Jews must be paying attention to this, and they might want to also reenact this particular event. Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover because it has this massive house cleaning time where you get rid of all ragged products and you have to bake, ritual the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are going around doing these strange things, and Christians wonder why are they so wrapped about them. In particular, the requirement that 4 cups of wine on Passover. And so the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so that the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is somehow related to Christian blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood. And one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted in so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular show. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy rather than the sense of great. The imitation of passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, signs an cruciform position as well as the use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when we look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things. There was a widespread belief that Jews had the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood. It was regarded as an aphrodisiac, and in fact, there's some remarkable references to Christians seeking out some of this aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews, saying, we won't tell anyone, can you please have some of this Christian blood? I can only imagine what it would be like to be approached with that kind of request. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagination could call it. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Samuel Trent, because of course Christians would not be circumcised, but since this is supposed to be an imitation of passion, and Jesus was of course circumcised, and actually his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for much of the medieval period, which was 8 days after Christmas. So the young child will be circumcised as well, and that is part of the gory litany of the description of the some of these things. There's often an apostate former involved that somehow there is a Jew who converts to Christianity, who often will reveal the secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though there are complete factions. And this is the tremendous hostility that the Jewish youth bears to such families, because you can have a Jewish community just trucking along, just minding their own business, and some Christian, new Christians, some Jew who had converted to Christianity could go up to the church to one of the nobles and say, hey, my former community are plotting to murder a child, to kidnap a child. We don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say that a crime is committed in order to rise up these horrible passions and to have our kind of so these are kind of some of the major elements that we often see. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church frequently intervened at Jewish requests to quell the popular sentiment associated with ritual murders and blood libels. That they issued bulls, they issued declarations saying, no, it's not true. Jews do not drink blood. They don't kill Christian children. They don't do these things. But on the other hand, the community, the laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that were frequently literate themselves and could read the bulls if it was handed to them, these things had a momentum of their own. And so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity went unknown for centuries. The church has to try and placate the unity to mark the passing of these children who died in sexual ways. So it's a kind of moment for the church. This is another representation that we see. Woodcut, he was beatified. Exactly what the difference is in theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but he did not reach the top level, and so on, even though there are hundreds of miracles somehow associated with Simon Trent after the murder in the 15th century. He was only removed from the official martyrology of the Catholic Church in 95 with Vatican II, so the church to kind of as a mass cruise ship, it's very hard to change directions once it has been moving in one direction. Now, regarding persistence of this various myth, we've already seen it has spread all of Europe and is moving from to the east. We see some really dramatic 20th century cases, including an abortive case even here in New York State. A child disappeared about 24 hours. She got lost in the forest and then she found her way out. But the local police in the 1920s actually sent the rabbi of Messina saying, did you kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes, right? As 20th century New York, United America. So it has staying power with the. Unfortunately, the child found her way out of the forest and flew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they didn't even think that they should go to the rabbi and say, where's the child you kidnapped? Anyway, one of the more famous blood libel cases in 1911, the Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial for the murder of the dog. And after 2 years of an inventory, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs, they watched with incredulity that this Russian Empire would actually prosecute this guy. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and argument, a jury of Ukrainian that and he was released. More significantly, however, the Nazis have made great use of the ritual murder. Jasper magazine did the Stone Church in 44 edition, Jewish murder plan against non-Jews. So, and you can see the picture here with all these hung upside down, is demonic looking Jews catching the bulls, catching the blood in the pan, very much like we saw with Simon Trent. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the idea of the blood. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist painter named Giovanni Gasparo, who literally in 2020, the 21st century, painted this modern impression of murder of Simon Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with his anti-Semitic pornography, and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here with this incredible
The reason why I know is whenever he fixes one of my cars and he brings it back, it's always like good talk radio.
The blood level charge, it develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century, for reasons that we will discuss later. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, there you go, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this. Jews did not do these things that they are charged with. It is one of these that unfortunately have straight onto racism. What exactly is going on here? Believing Catholic, certain circumstances are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in the Eastern Church. It's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer adheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way. This is beyond the scope of our discussion. So what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onward in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act, because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to reenact the Passion, certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host wafer. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved. So now we have a Christian who is a traitor, and you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church, and as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are the round things on the table there, into his bag as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host, and on the right panel, he goes to the Jews who are so marked but very well. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artists of Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got like kind of a shofar, the ritual table upon which the Torah synagogue, and the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because 10 Commandments in the back there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish that meant to show the goat. While they stab with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that they are actually the body. Then there's a knock at the door, and so the Jews scoop up the wafers and try to get rid of the evidence by throwing into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. All of these stories of miraculous events with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regard to churches ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered, the authorities come in, they cut heads off, torture those, they set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well. So these last couple of panels, but that's essentially the typical way host desecration, as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have they have negative motivation to do any of these things away from the host for the fear that kind of violence. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts these host desecrations. It's interesting because, on the one hand, the host desecration story really full doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some in France and especially Italy escaped host desecration stories, and many scholars the popes who tried to put a lid to these kind of violent eruptions that actually spin out of control. These kind of popular upsurges, religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection. Substantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit to East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigios can grow on specific types of wafers that are commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood. Like dried blood on the wafers. So you can imagine that, they're holding these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop a reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens and sees that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. For example, the host desecration myth has tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more inability to believe the whole thing, to believe the traitor and the blood libel charge. And that could have something to do with the failure of this to nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body. There was a child, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. It was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crisis, and so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time Northgeld, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, like, let's say the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what Northgeld was intended for, and we actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk, and you say you're a kid, and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually, shows a 15th century first desecration. 500 years later, in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of nun who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered at the table, and they're eating the Seder. On the other side, torturing, right? Causing us to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host illustrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner, which shows you this anti-Semitism and how it is to see that the Hebrews. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to more social history, specifically with the history of the Jewish man.
2 hours and 40 minutes. We did? Yeah. This is. We've been in that long? Yeah. Get insane. This is insane.
So I'll come back to that in a moment because I want to go through some podcast cringe slot first. Just quickly though, if you haven't already checked it out, there's a link in the description to my Patreon where you can watch my full breakdown of Rogan's latest comedy special, Burn the Boats.
Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. We're going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300, and but I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence,
previous specials, including one from 15 years ago, and he repeated shit we've heard a million times,
as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either until you get to the contemporary. We're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you recall, when we're discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot Teshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brains, usually a difficult one, and to writing typically, and sent to a great rabbi. It will be delivered, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really the Shuvot literature. The answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the Teshuvah. So there are a couple of what is this Teshuvah literature all about? This responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know this kind of chicken kosher. Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more common personal status issues come to the rabbis. Rabbis record an answer, and that leaves a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the decision of Jewish law. So there's a couple of difficulties with using forms of literature to understand women's history by women at all. This is an entirely new area of activity. You like echoes of what women might have actually thought in a significant way. So it's entirely from what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. Legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, appropriate distribution of marriage, all discussed that. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus. Right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom, the matchmaker, a reward, which can be in contemporary terms thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again later. So first problem is male, second problem is it's women, and both of those are like kind of like telescope views into society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, like something special, especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine, life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that. What you do to try to promote your health, that kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like a woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding period is essentially the backdrop of the responsibility. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more, and this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall that Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refute rescues, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they're piling these up in the attics of this particular synagogue. And then they were discovered in the 1980s. Suddenly there was a map and really rich view of how Jews live, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than the sponsored which is also reproduced in these documents. You have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by one or two scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on historical perspective, published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, or earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any of the documents. I'm not sure it's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly the vast majority of those documents as absolutely male. Still, these documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal, and then just, constantly when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence, and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrology. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrology gives information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example, but also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things you can derive from neurologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but primus inter pares, the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which is a remarkable document. Includes a lot of fascinating behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim, and parcel of many of the ways in the Bible and others that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they also give us insight into how women were viewed and their role in inside the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get in, but he did not say about women. It is fascinating that in commentary on the Bible, widely read, one of the major functions is he connects the text of the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Talmud and so on. And he will frequently caution that women, but tends to not include in his commentary read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is in many ways by some of the things that he wrote rather than his editing. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. More about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from medieval period until we get to the 17th century, really, with the Epistle of Hammon. We don't have a definitive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kinds of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is implied in the Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the base of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. We do see from time to time sort of adaptations of the text, the Mishnah, and the Talmud in particular, for specific times in those areas of very practice or design, and the halal is often quite fascinating. So one of the most important areas, which is the study of Jewish women, is writings of Rabbeinu Gershom. Was a very important Ashkenazic known as Me'or HaGol, light of Israel. His years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bandware, or the takanot, so to speak, decrees of the internet, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion, what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenaz as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of their friends. Less in Islamic culture, but what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many notes that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice, more than one woman, you look at parents, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and Yaakov, and 2 wives, 2 handmaidens, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholars' debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that has already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain during the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershom Rabbeinu has put in place. Nevertheless, there was no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Geneva documents is very commonly that is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effective with a man has means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss that in the next few. Rabbeinu Gershom in place, incidentally, a lot of others, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say is really important before I can anyway. Besides polygamy, the strengthened element in divorce law, such as, for example, the ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, just to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for the scholars is but we may have somewhat of the contingencies of long distance travel and push that off to the next spot as well. So there's minor bans, or I think they're very important, but that's not as well known, is the ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called terror, we use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbeinu Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regards to electronic communications, like what degree of text email driving, and use the metadata, information on private matter, used in employment dispute. Okay. So you see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regards to marriage. The Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater things put in place to protect women in let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall, legal submission is not identical to that. There are some limited where women have priority and preferential privilege. For example, when it comes to impoverishment, if a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the level of embarrassment that a woman would feel that a man that's justification for it. Other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a financial advantage for a host of justification that's beyond discussion right now. Of those areas, that is related to others, is of course education. it seems it's remarkable that Jewish had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to at least sound out letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today are essentially, of course, far higher than that in the medieval period, but it's that men have pretty literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they have at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication, as the vernacular, just like Amsterdam and almost American English. But they have at least literacy in language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more related to Hebrew than the German languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an impact. What about women? Once again, we have limited data to the sense of how literate women have been. But if I can speak in generalities, that men have, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy by the advantage of Jewish men over non-Jewish men in literacy of greater degree. That's not to say that women literate as men were, as Jewish men were, but that the whole Jewish men would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish populations. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. People, Yiddish is essentially basic German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew and Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than the surrounding population. They probably had a less literacy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the an age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in fact a sota, absolutely, sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And this dispute basically between two rabbis. One rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the numbers, in chapter 5, the discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused, again, she's not, her adulterous past is not confirmed, she's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her sense, then she makes this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source and has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the name is Sarta, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on. And her husband is censured for putting for this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. The Talmud says that horrible death doesn't happen right then. It happens after all of her merits are used up. They're expunged. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she had her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, going back to the chapter itself, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. And another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages leans towards the second opinion, which look at disfavor formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves is appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher bowl to maintain the farm kitchen and many others. But pure Torah, particularly Talmud, died away from it, second opinion in Talmud. In the modern era, we'll get to the late go back and revisit it. But obviously, that's not. It's not like the Talmud's absolutely full stop. The women may not have many that suggest that it's not as classical. But what that means is you have throughout legal history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of they tend to be associated with scholarly families, the daughters of Yahweh, for example, who are privileged primarily because the family they're raised to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. And we'll even see, as we go a little bit later into the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the pizza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower. And so that's not a surprising kind of thing in the overall environment, but it was because women are properly educated and Jewish kids at this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of the important elements of Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the family and explore some of those issues like Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and West differences, and especially look at divorce law.
And for him, apart from fighting for his personal beliefs, being a cultural warrior also pays really well. You have a father figure, sometimes the prophet, in a way, guru,
think that you can be a guru and tell people to take their own way. You know, I'm asking people to develop a vision for their own lives and to
One of the
responsibility for that, but it has to be
most
something that's personal.
unusual aspects of
Yes,
the medieval Jewish
absolutely.
experience, which in many ways was replicated right up
This
until
is
like the
supposed to be
18th
helpful
century,
to people. What if I
was
told you
in
that
Ashkenazic lands
you're
a
running on
really
your
young
ex
age
mistress?
of
You make a lot of
marriage.
money. That accusation
According
is being
to
leveled at
the
me before I
Talmud,
don't know how to
a
play
woman
under
may
distress.
not be
When
married
you help me,
against her
look,
will,
because I
and
keep
that
getting
means she
that
has
I'm
to
being
be
counted.
age
I don't
of
make any laws about
majority,
it.
basically 12
It's very
years
hard paying
old.
money. Can I
But
ask you about
and that is in itself a
I
ridiculously
make
young age by
$80,000 a month
21st
on
century
Patreon.
standards, but not at
My
all
book
in
is
the
selling
medieval period. It is
about
associated, of
20,000
course,
copies a
with
week.
puberty
I have royalties that
and
probably
the
amount to
possibility
something
of getting
approaching
a family and so on. But there's a pronounced tendency to see in Ashkenazim in particular to marry girls on even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's interesting scholars on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let's not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate partner, and by appropriate I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that gay marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they, can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call the engagement, is full binding on both parties and is completely marriage with the exception. And then sometime you would have the actual marriage ceremony where they would under the canopy. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up a home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. And the husband's side was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent to terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Mortality, for example. Mortality is very high, child mortality is very high in the ages. And a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparine, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, were collapsed, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that betrothal constitutes that marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, is aware of some of the situations where you have these individuals and they're separated, kind of things can happen that were disastrous for them. It became much more attractive. The women, once they married, and especially once they started menstruating, a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which women would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how it is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. Important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like "as es Christoph wird, es Jidov wird," which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbinic Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again didn't spades, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is legesh. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising financial compensation in the event of the marriage dissolves. In other words, if you choose to divorce her, then you will have to pay a significant penalty. The concubines were not protected by this Ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But that again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is that incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be big vis-a-vis the ban of worship. But, say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of ordaining worship. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives would take them to court saying, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how Bonza literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like, how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common like Then these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us the relative privileges of men. It's especially relevant is in Spain because the southern half of Spain very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain By the way, while we're at it, I did some research on saw this amazing Jewish wedding. Apparently, they would actually own these for communities or families were used for the ceremony for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal art this is. It's the net. Here's the underneath side of it. These two hands back. There's now, connect to that. Of course, after is by willing motherhood. I don't want to go too back into the history of hood and childhood in particular because I don't know enough about it. It's really fascinating area of research that I just kind of scratched the surface of and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the positive literature is disputes between half siblings over inheritance that frequently referred to this kind of like bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. Let's come back to that, by the way, when we talk about the divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before he is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. And you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew, or levirate marriage in English. It's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless some kind of unfortunate situation, they typically lived within the shadow of their father their husbands or their sons. They were never kind of like abandoned to their own devices. So unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So Yom is considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorce, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes that there are times that a husband, so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual, halitza, which is to the removal of shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law, then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's, like, again, the communal absorbing and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it's very clear that the rabbis want to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi is in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe is the second. The wife may have a lot of problems marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbeinu Gershon put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority in how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like immigration, demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. It's the sign that is a get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clear, the husband's been grants you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so, and this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman or an abinah in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. in the medieval period, the primary cause for Aguna is not a husband refusing to give the gift, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in responsibility. And this left the woman in a very difficult situation. She cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, lose something out of their wife, like child custody, or payment of debts, or distribution of assets differently. Terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have the levels of effectiveness, but not for all our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem now, even medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the rabbis engaged in literature to quite large degree, and we still have not done this particular case. I'd love to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into the legal thought than So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contributions to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval era they worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. You should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread to have the distaff, is sort of like a third arm toward the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund with the layer so they stay steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is actually hanging down towards the ground. Young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread with cloth, and with a cloth, they close it. That's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There's a huge amount of women's energy that you didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that. That's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban, and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza and as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps business running and defies communal standards to insist on having her way. She repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations and runs support and things like and some fascinating really significant businesswomen described in Indonesia. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities men are, like we discussed, looked at finance and trade and all. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well, like in this terrifying image from the 4th century that is described as people ransom Jewish woman's house, unusually graphic. They're stealing the very valuable clothes outfits like this. Jewish women were assisting their in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
Anyway, to make matters even more interesting, Rogan announced this week that finally, after 6 long years with no comedy special, he's coming out with a new one titled Burn the Boats, and it's going to be aired live on Netflix on August the 3rd. I'll definitely be doing a full breakdown with clips on Patreon, so check out the link in the description if you're interested in seeing that. But one of the funniest things Rogan has ever done is given us the gift of his comment sections and replies.
We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the theme of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula, primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre, over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at the time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court, it's hard to really translate that appropriately, related to the idea of being the king's court, like a courtier or something. You see that word? It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle. advising king, frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people to the regions, and so sort of middlemen take care of the actual collect taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king, and the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So, an extremely important venture that king values very highly, and as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews are not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburg Recht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews at a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades, and this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights, and it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolution and things like that. The level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from 1200 till was really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law that they did. This was not unexceptional. But in many of the Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishments, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment, very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It's really it's not a golden era in the same southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebrew culture, but nevertheless it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and generally left. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment. We'll talk about the Barcelona disputation. Right now. So, when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked on Jewish communal structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, the Pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though he's actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up, and vice versa. And so, as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain, and so he used to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th, 14th centuries, kind of like big intellectual pageants, participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills of Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Padre de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides was known Moses, the son of Maimon, so this is Moses, son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was a coach for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days. And we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, he fangs almost all of the arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather a brilliant thing that made much of the rest of very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube from I was working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 coins, and then said to him, I believe you should leave Spain at this point, because essentially they're saying, I can't do you. And so his waning years, he's made a very arduous trip all the way to Israel, tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the conversion. and that is the influence of Spanish Jews from the northern region was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester about Spas, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines, and in fact texts of the Kabbalah from Spain in this time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay life. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zohar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There is a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are who believe that is in genuine artifact of the ancient. Nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from, when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it is deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translations, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there is a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that's happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around it. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa is filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom are Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon.
Eric kept calling him out over and over again for constantly trying to teach us when he clearly couldn't get the fundamentals right. But of course, there's an explanation. You see, Eric has had his own run-in with Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just so you don't feel bad about just talking about me, my theory. You'll be able to talk about Tarek.
There's a couple of things that happen in the 14th
You're all wondering about
century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of strong Jewish communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, and of course Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews had formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews and things like that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of host desecration charges that follow in its wake. You'll recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago. The false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge. Nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that now find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you will have like mass riots afterwards. So in Barcelona, where you do have a couple of these charges in the 14th century, result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no but when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, he was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews. They lose a major supporter, and perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before. Just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a lot of Hungarian economies. The Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lending. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more detail. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like legal fiction, in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest, it is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money. Jewish money is still continues, just like if you think about today, there are all these check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost the amount of economic and along with it, their political power. As the king began to lose power, the churches all began to sink, and we see this expressed against the Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converse phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them. More resentment. There's the after effects of the plague of the Crusades, even the host desecration charges. But a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms, forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there's kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and people to take of the waters of baptism sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. This is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male images. Usually a female form. At any rate, the standing on the right baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, and he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself on some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there is this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews. An unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in the previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, very clear, multiple statements from many popes on this hippo as well that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase, b'diavad, it effect, and the person who was baptized is now in fact Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, when Ricardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid and unbeknownst to parents, and then years later the Vatican priest would actually seize him and never return him. As that was in the 19th century, it's mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation. These Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This was largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal. Very important because much of this period Portugal regarded as a haven for we spoke recently Don Yitzhak about Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in particular, this spread. And you don't have at this time, besides Jews who are forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts, he becomes Pablo de Santa Maria, who eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair. Where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion rate actually expands. We see this especially at the disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred first after the wave of pogroms and post-conversion, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that's quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christians. But after 1313 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this, because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what, if God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term, means swine. More appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, completely free way and wish to totally know Jewish background. On the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. There's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences in daily life. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. We have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture, and they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still worshiping and so on. And so you begin growing. One of those aspects is the discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to towards Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood, a legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we'll have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn. But I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you
I'm on stage at the Chicago Theater, sold out. It's like 3,700 people. So I was telling the story about how many of you guys listen to the podcast? And it just went, yeah. And I'll never forget that day. I was like, whoa. What year was that? 2011. I was like, this is crazy. And then I started going, what am I doing? Yeah, keep going.
After 1391, after 1414, the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban. They have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often, maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community, and nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they're displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy, because, hey, look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. When you look around at people of authority, even in the church, you say, that one's a Jew, and that one's a Jew, and so on. It's a very kind of, disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors, whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past. That rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out, and the prospect of trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts, and incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that Isabella and Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment where, a Christian would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who were also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a hold of this, they go out and arrest those people and torture those people. And the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple of decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated. Where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. One notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Albrias, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative of the murder and the visit of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on, but they still faced with tremendous debts they had to deal with. So, just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of torture devices they used, which are truly horrific. And I don't want to put in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my juices spell out series. These are three examples of San Benito's that really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath that are hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. Here you see a converso who has been accused and then has. And on the right, of course, demons of hell and burning alongside that, you have a guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. Of course, he's full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition raises its over these people, the secular authorities, who then end up engaging in also cafe or mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World, truly dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's actually a horrific kind of environment that whipped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala, is shown in the black robe, loudly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more amazingly he finds more of these Judaizers, he says it's because you still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see this dramatic range of expression and tortuous faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, late leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented that he refused to continue. Unlike the number one, the agent Abraham Senior, Rabbi Milano, son-in-law, who decided they would rather remain in Spain with the rest of Jews out of the country. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you soon. Thanks so much.
Listen, if you ever do it again, you want to show. Whoa! Yeah, like Bruce. Jesus. That could be you, dude. You're taking a stand, taking your weird penis. Freak it. You like a Judas Priest song? You seriously couldn't write this shit. Reagan's sitting there laying out his plans to dominate.
Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. We may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more effective path forward for the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Barbarians, the Roman Empire, from about the year 132 to 9. I will take it right up to the end of the medieval period. We're defining it as British expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel, specifically at this time, is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman Jewish wars. The first major Roman Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountain of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call it the Bar Kokhba Revolt, the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense and occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a conclusion after the Great War, and meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with punitive taxation and the redirection of the Machatzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep into the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations. Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nassi, the office of the Prince, or Patriarchate as it's sometimes called, and you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature, because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Rabin, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct placement that would describe a specific location without offending half of the people and so even in these lectures we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank or use the term Gaza and Shomron, we're talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. so the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of his malignant, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities. The authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha of Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? The question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to the land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them, but on a historic level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews. When we speak about the exile of Jewish people, it definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on is much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways, but there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The deal with Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not first century with these rebellious Jews who were simply rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. So this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods, tends to accept the idea that some other people should worship different gods. Jews did rebel, in particular, against the Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began in Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the first Roman Jewish war. And one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous, and so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is one that we use today, that corrects the lunar-solar discrepancy by adding a leap month, a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover on the same day, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that they had already experienced since the first century. So by determining calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice on centuries, this meant the Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into diaspora. It made them actually much agile, flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title, I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early, but when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And he got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there's one important center there as well, but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary, but it's not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud, that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. And because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the day. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation, but there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment respite, where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in the north, and we see, for example, that several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You see right in the, well, at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the ark holding the Torah, and the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that we see in synagogues right up until the early modern period, the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually a Hebrew letter and label in that, and he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22, but there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand to Abraham himself." It appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like a rather short skirt. The ancient period, I always imagine they're wearing longer skirts, but who knows? So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance, like traditional Renaissance, like an effervescent Jewish art that occurs. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that would be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure to most of you, the western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart part of the temple courtyard. That was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem, and that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is terribly frustrating thing for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt. And there's a lot of political regarding not for our discussion. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a few weeks ago. But they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century, and you can see here that it's called Din of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, a big version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman names for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem was the only capital of the Jewish people ever. This is a region that they've always regarded as their capital, and that's an observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, And much of the north, which is modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Restream. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel. And then down in the south, it also controls some of these regions on the other side, which is on the continent of Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea, or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It's kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 pounds people, right? You go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman-style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population. 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans, but it does give you a sense of what the Romans in the city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever monoethnic. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century. But there's always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, you get a sense from the Pact of Lamar was imposed in the 8th century. For example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turban, and Christians blue turbans and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Lamar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but to be truly distinguished from the large Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the position of the Jewish badge, that it was commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it just does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular then moving to the city of London. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, old Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example, but for the time being, at the beginning of the empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonites in Babylonia. But, for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nekudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in the daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it's too far afield from our narrow focus. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rulers over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming and a fairly small number of people massacred at the feet of their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they're finally removed from the territory. What's very, again, ironic viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims amongst the European Crusaders at this time. Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold in slavery. There was a huge exodus of Jews. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where not surprisingly you see the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls of the old city at that period, after he was subsequent prophecies, he invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is again one of those countries that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is in fact one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, especially after Saladin's invasion. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafos that used in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Louis of Lunel from southern France, who made his way to here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, we found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko, and also something similar we have from Rabbi Ovadia Bartanura. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled in Israel. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamleket in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. Well, I'm really looking forward to speaking about that. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rabbi Vadim Bartanoro, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, a tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora.
I said to him, I want to know how everything works. At that moment, he used his left hand and opened up the door. And there was this mansion with round doors. And inside of it was this crystalline flowers. Big crystalline flowers, like giant, like 5 feet across.
How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it?
I woke up from that dream.
That gave me tremendous perseverance to last throughout the millennia.
Anytime something naked in school, I would say, I'm not naked. I must be dreaming. Immediately, I would run out of school or run out of wherever I was, and I would find the mansion again. And I had access to all of them.
I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. Fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we could discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them, and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise totally inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us, we survived. Let's eat, right? That's the. You have to laugh because you're also familiar with it. But it is it's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain goodness of thought. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history termed the lack approach, is Salo Dara, one of the greatest minds of the 20th century, is phrase. The word lack means full of tears. That you look back in history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, actually the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lacrimose approach sometimes call it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history. In the sense that the Jews are essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they have these amazing books, and then they are horribly persecuted pogroms. And then they go back and write more of these books, and then they're persecuted in pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but this is the most productive way to understand the patterns of evil Jewish history. Not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to try about. The most approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the age running from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of both that long list of discriminatory, we've got these horrific charges of illogical. What a silly thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre hostess of person arguments resulted in Jewish massacre. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the deprivation of the Inquisition. So, no question, the lacrimose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. One of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence back to there so many times before history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines towards destruction. To the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, is completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocide, although they tend to kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust, but many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion of the treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, the more heavy horrible things concerning people. Why do we know this? Why don't we see those things earlier? So let's back to this question. And I think to answer it, at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again, it's not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. So I no doubt just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, and nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews. They may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora. Because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. You simply, it's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there's certain communal functions that you have to have within distance. A mikvah, synagogue, and as you know, like today, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with people of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors of society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerai regis, servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talk about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a society deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally taxed now. Jews are early on involved in mixing and the production money. And this is at the same time their salvation because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a sort of significant resentment that is being. So even though we do see this lacrimose model happening, no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with a long history of urbanization that makes quite adaptable to the necessities of the middle period. And let us not forget that from the religious bit as well, there are lots of wild Jews protected. One of my university, Professor Alan Davies, who was in reality the church that protected the Jews for about history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque makes it possible that if the church had its way, maybe real persecution would be endured. But the fact is the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Iman, which, although by 21st century standards, obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries, and this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially by important folks like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep Jews alive until the second coming so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I don't know if the plural impetus is impetized. Probably not. I'm very distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and we did have episodes of forced conversions, episodes of massacres. But on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast, and the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declined so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially in the postmodern. It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Race din v'les dayan." There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, which was derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment. So these ideas of the Pacte of Lamar and Doctrine of Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore. It helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and other minorities that we have experienced. I want to bring this to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patient endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Spartan diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the history of Jewish people. Thank you again for being here.
What I said or did or didn't do. I remember moments, and also secondly, like when you walked off the set, I literally was confused by it. I don't know the drama behind the podcast. I thought the comedy instinct was to say that it was like boring or whatever, and I fell asleep. And the third thing is that I truly don't remember, and it is on brand, but I don't remember ever trying to touch you. But if I did that, I literally don't remember. But if I did that, I'm sorry.
Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of the Western world. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic, with the rulers spoken of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait, it's a Bosporus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean. And it was known as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which is not the endpoint of today's video, it becomes named Istanbul, and it becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately, the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and the Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. Anyway, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat. Especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called golden mouth, who issued a number of flaming nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox Church is also culturally influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to fulfill the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular, when the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Jews will support them because they are fed up with the treaty which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere into its practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity, and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to a mockery of other authority figures. They actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century, kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink that was done on a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well, and he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of the stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There's actually two distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews. Basil refers to impose. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Kastai ibn Shatut with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy at this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples. As you see, the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subota. There's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of studies. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly stated idea of the Crusade, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem and there to eventually, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople, especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. My own father, Alan Shalom, rest in peace, was also involved in textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders, but outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the East. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring an entirely new period in Jewish history, would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching.
So happy. I don't go into relationships for sex or it's a formal relationship. But if that ends, like the sexual intimacy part of it, doesn't end the relationship for me. So what I do before I see one of my best friends. I love her. Oh my God.
So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you've stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, 15 weeks works really well in a climate, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, we don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married, or God forbid, getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now. And in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because, there's lots of great research that's, psychological, anthropological, sociological nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations. We do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and end to a story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in Geschichte or in Hebrew, Yamin, but it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks of time, why these 3, why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. When I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions absorb. This is kind of the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, you've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until, you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I, and crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced really as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then, of course, how much more so with World War II and the genocide of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think history in terms of the Christian European West. As they break it into three areas, the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture are developed for the next millennium. How can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadolah, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline generation. So you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that, witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus, the receiving the Ten Commandments, amazing things like that, but then they right away slip, and so, okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then, okay, but we're all right, we have a plateau, you get to the period of the Tanaim, and then the Amorai, and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on and on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So we can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time. So this is what I like to show you right now. Let us ask, okay, we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like we sort of being a vision of a kind of to that great, peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of pandemic? What are the things that are happening in the world that are distinct from what happened in the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant reason that we come to it. When you look at the map, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 on, especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor because the technology being connected to means and artificial sources of power, from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like these are things late modern period. Also, political change, the era of revolution starting in 1789, and then progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on the future. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science. Right, the scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of goodness. Right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution that I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron part and we attach those parts to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works again. More and more victories, and it all builds up there in order to create much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connected with each other and building our economies around the internet and digital communication. That's too much for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who were living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called old world is now connected with the new world in a very powerful and important way that will expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetime in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when if you wanted to translate something, you had to learn that language. Now you go to Google Translate. Not perfect. It's kind of funny when it makes mistakes. It's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is of all things. So you the gender of man because feminism and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is true. There's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text like the Bible that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what, let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which is considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent in the 19th century, and I'd say British in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in modern history. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, regard them as us. And so therefore the nation, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around which people said, we are one nation, we should have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolution. You have that as well happening, especially in 1900. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that anybody in Europe and then spread the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. But Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are isolated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called the Great. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos in this series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of what does it mean on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related questions to that. This is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They were almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of the community. And that's where modernity is absolutely fascinating. So in terms of the development of this modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular, because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. So you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition made their way to Portugal, thinking that hopefully they would be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews, while nevertheless having. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it's a crisis point where these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Inquisition. They abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and in a few generations, hopefully forget it. And the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. But this is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside, but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with. Not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations of the Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So, just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitano, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain. He became actually a very expert and well-regarded world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and to other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He never retained pride to his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Tabi, which means beloved, and Lusitanos is a reference to Portugal, Latin term for Lusitania. So he likes creating a hybrid identity. I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. Son of Portugal, fascinating. And then you have people who could not find place in a new identity, like as we discussed, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian Bible that he could access in Portugal. In Amsterdam, he was shocked that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. He was unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who was very famous, highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. And as you can see from this particular print, which comes from York Public Library, it says Judaeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist Now, I'm going to set aside the question if we really call Spinoza an atheist. Some of God didn't talk to him. In fact, the sense of God is larger, but it's not the sense of God that most scholars prove as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were ironically by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist in unity in a Christian world and to have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue. It's fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
That reminded me of what happened to Dave Chappelle when he started to speak up about Hollywood executives and how his own lawyers screwed him over with dodgy contracts that gave them the rights to all of his work in perpetuity. And so they went on a publicity campaign to paint Chappelle as a junkie who was out of control and couldn't be trusted.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture. Quite fascinating. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when did we first hear about these Jews in China? So, the first encounter of the Jews in China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci, the first important leader. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that, but there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605. When a Jew from the city of Taipei, a very important Jewish population and a lot of Jewish history, came specifically to meet with, it was like hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Taipei, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person who came from far away and knew a lot about this particular religion. And he said, okay, it must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist. Remember the St. John the Baptist Day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Aitian, knowing nothing about Christianity, completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. What a nice name. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Aitian thinks, oh, look at that. That must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Aitian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this has fascinating onto its own right. Now, from Aitian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Taipei, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Taipei community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was the decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi Taipei was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much, but other times like this story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Taipei, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went to discuss it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Taipei Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in Jewish order, Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations. It was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which was hilarious, I think. Historians have to get some of that. But anyway, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jewish Taipei. More Jews with this unusual Jewish. They were interested in learning about the sacred Torahs that the Jews had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they that were read in Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for humanity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you could find biblical books predated that went all the way back to the positive arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the first or second century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Taipei and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Taipei were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Taipei to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the Emperor. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Taipei. Here is a drawing from the 18th century Jesuit, Father Mendiet. He visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times. It was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Taipei reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style art on top of it and open up the box and they would read the text from the side in that manner. Quite fascinating. They had a really quite active, vibrant community. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews come from. So here is a map that shows these various locations. Taipei is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Taipei documentation refers to its relationships with other countries such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. And so you can see that quite a few of them are all on the eastern regions of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that the some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports of people being very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations in the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but there's clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, is often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to as the same. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese nationalism as well. Now, the most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road. Here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes of Silk travel from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road, because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially if it goes down, but it does indicate that, there's a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jews live. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jews. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew shirikah, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the Spice Road. The document dated with reliability 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to his prayer, who was traveling along the Spice Road as this period, and that's likely how most of the Jews was along this route and were settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual life. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, rebuilding of the synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have four different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and the fourth one is three blocks, but four texts in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community, it's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, these were people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt. We also have this unusual called the Memorial, which is dated to the 17th century. You see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the people in some sense. The genealogy, as you can see in the document, is written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look at the fourth list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Israel Moshe. And that Israel Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the synagogue, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi. I do received a PhD, he's a doctor of that. There's a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Haifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high level of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Haifeng Jews to Jewish traditions. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Jiao Jin Jiao, for the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of Kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before there's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Haifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they slaughtered themselves. They would not allow other groups slaughter. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, they had some really unusual adaptations to the Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and people symbolic of these, like how before bowing and things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before or certainly bow before a block of stone and smash it. Idolatry is very problematic. So, how did the Jews of Haifeng deal with this? Very clever. Yiddish right? People said they wrote the Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Hero Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with what they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual sisters, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back on this as to whether or not this could be Catholics. This smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Nietzsche and others were arguing, no, it's just culture, it's just respect, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping him. Look at Jewish prayers and his conferences, so to speak, reminding God, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Leah, look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for them. It's problematic to Chinese Jews at all. It's funny to see how, in particular, and the Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and but at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from lack of leadership and lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having a problem finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs of 20th century of Jews, Kaifeng and elsewhere, worshiping in mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer than the worshiping the same God. The Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress. Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, who was often like, who are these people? Oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women, and then Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born non-Jews were called Bat Adam, daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly to American Jewry as well. The last thing that sad point, but the community, of course, went into significant decline in early modern and into the 1920s was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries who many of them back to Europe, back to Torah scrolls. This is an example of a high-tech library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther, the composition indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Tet and Chat or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not in extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. You know, the letter Vav overused, that's the word for but, and these fusions of so with the loss of these Torah scrolls, which is fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities. I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Taipei Jews just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. Without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Taipei and Chinese Jews in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I want you to know I really okay, thank you very much for watching.
Because now you know what it's like to be successful. Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you have to put in to continue that. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to do that. Brian Cowan said something once, and I never forgot it. He said, we were kids, we were in our 20s.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized countries that we know. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin, are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from ancient period. We know from the Hebrew scriptures that there are several words are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and India, in terms primarily for like goods and gems and things like that. There's also that is from Marco, the mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much women's wealth, may have been a place called Supa at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, The Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade across the European and the Asian continents, and described primarily in Arab history. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly not kinds of settlements. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know their history from their local land, but one of the most fascinating early docs that we have that specifically list them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry. Remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seem to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But at any rate, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language, in the Vatellutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to when we're studying India is that it's so far homogenous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, one contiguous territory, India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a parochis. A curtain is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kinds of things. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use natural flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the discovery when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the bar looked like and represented backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple. The background with this distinct clock tower is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's a photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. There's a fascinating B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed up preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai. These are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily get in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of B'nai Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as their name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Kotan and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to this very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Hold on, Jamie. We're confirming, but no, stop. No, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop. But you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like we're not fighting. You're assuming it's so light. I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago we spent a little time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as like the turning from the medieval period, obviously connected to the expulsion of subsequently their departure from Portugal as well. It's a more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction, the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective, Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exile and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish. Obviously there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that bring within the larger campus Sephardi. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity, ethnic identities require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities, but many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardians, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify, which is a very Ashkenazic movement, but Ashkenazim. So it's possible by accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. But anyway, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as for example in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century in Portugal in particular, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at their impact on the land of Israel, and in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact, that's what it would be called at this point. Although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I'll save that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat at the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view out over the Galilea. And what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the north part of the Galilee, and Jews were very active in the textile trade in particular, began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal. And over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Tzfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own He's the author of Pardes Ramonium, Talmud Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year, the great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Sfad in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing that suddenly made Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There were earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s. But nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of these Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of the spot. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. It's a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews living there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spain openly, saying, "Why are you rebelling the Jews? They are useful. They are numerate. They are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Sfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1546, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman; in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shaitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman there, but I don't know enough about the Jewish costumes, but I thought it was really fascinating. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire. They were brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy is one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. And they a gorgeous the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy. There were significant settlements of these exiles. Many of them had significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship. Including two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On that, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 6th century and unfold the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map here. If you look at the Italian route, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Passaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversions, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity. He ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian issue of Catholic doctrine. Not so surprising with Paul IV. He also looked very early on in his career with something called Communis Absurdum, which is a papal bull that essentially said it is so absurd, that's what the title really means at the beginning of this bull, this document that was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the guilt in Rome, he attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews or returned to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. The term Nasi is literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope imposed this on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the translations by Usquet. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering that Jews should, for the very first time, since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize, exert their collective church on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravana, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravana was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravana. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait of her student, Eleonora of Tito, a non-Jewish woman. But I think it's still worthwhile in here, not only because it's so cool, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to say that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run were the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of the sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty, was of course written by a Sephardic Jew, Anna Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries they were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss in greater detail.
Remember, on Monday, I was telling you about that Steve Muldoon guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending data. Like, I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. You're just fat.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level. Looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Aharon.
What this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute.
Sometimes spelled Acharonin. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and then who exactly are the Acharon and what are they all about? So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yoridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Heston as Moses in the Great Seasonal Classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and, there's lots to say about that, that was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then. Right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books 500 years ago, most would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major level, the post-Babylonian, which represents a big step, but nevertheless still in the temple era, second temple, of course. Then you have the Im, or scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within the generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishon. I encourage you to go back in this and listen to that. I want to know more about the Acharonim, but that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who, after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss the discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly did they do that's from the Rishonim? So the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries even when they are based on that core text. They're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's an interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and it means and what are the possible ambiguities, whereas the writings of the Acharonim far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix, to be much more, they take a lot more words to say something, but more it helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar. scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next slide, really. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title back, like our, why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him, as if to say, this is really the model? The reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which again I hope to speak about in the very next. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamneski is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at new books on Jewish thought, particularly in halacha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever, anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Hanukkah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts. which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Aharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Corona, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost lawyer. Nobody knows who he is. It's complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on a discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual, literary, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in many ways was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic to the Americas. One group of refugees from Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which we think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity but of the Ottoman Empire activity. You can see this beautiful map of the Ottoman at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be able to develop an economy. Jews were a political choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed refugees from Spain and Portugal, and in fact, even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Sfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Sfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place, Sfat, because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Sfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Sfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And we should just take a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means to be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the word lekabel, to receive, meaning this is something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period. And we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works that only emerged in the 13th century to public view, that is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Felion. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here, in inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sefirot. The term sefirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, like you have in English, something round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite God, into the finite world in which we live. I'll also discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have characteristics that are assigned to the crown. Chachma means wisdom and understanding, and we can translate these to English in ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient world. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see there each of these different colors and symbols represent a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this show. It's just giving you a sense of what it is that they talk about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, Rabbi Alphabet. The author, among others, Lefan Dodi, the hymn that sung on nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest. And then you have his son-in-law and his pupil, the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ali would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tend to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spheroids are designed, whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sphirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah Ari. That everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up a holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah of the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Caesar B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy, and at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated in English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. So a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, to the elders, the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews in Tzfat. An individual named Rabbi Rav said, wait a second, we have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder, sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Rav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Rav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Rav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It was a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there were many rabbis outside of Tzfat, Jerusalem in particular, said, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat. Okay. I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I've spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
Evidence of these same bearded people across different indigenous hunter-gatherer groups. He believes that all of these indigenous cultures were visited by the survivors of the same lost civilization, who have often been depicted as being light-skinned or white saviors. So what the archaeologists were doing there, they were going back to Fingerprints of the Gods that I wrote in 1995, in which I reported
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiasming a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of, newspaper articles, or the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of, popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai. And this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666. He's portrayed here as some kind of emperor, on a prancing horse. You can see this kind of pose with, Louis X or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hameln, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also into this mix the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that's circulating in the name of the Ari of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, and the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There there's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. So let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. We call these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, and he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude and silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah, and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. And on occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist, and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, whereas they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most, temptingly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with, the exchange of spouses, and he, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity for yet another messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. Actually would remain by his side right through the very end. So this, kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at most manic, actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues. But you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized thug life, but this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of youth from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan, the Ottoman Empire, to claim Jerusalem and initiate the period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a ground swell of support for want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. Now, that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dudman. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same hairstyle. Interesting. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dudma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and engaging in prayer, and in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that the Dudma actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dudma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibishter, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
With 2 strikes. I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life. Right? They give you like 20 years.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my...
No, I'm not doing it. This is the path I'm taking. I'm gonna look and I never got in trouble again, Drew. Never. So then it wasn't until the early 90s that he would really get
online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are aired over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through a discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoyed the lectures, and here, thank you very much for listening.
Legacy mode with his club in Boston is credited with reviving stand-up comedy in the United States and giving it a whole new look away from LA and New York, which has become dominated by the elites and suits from large corporations calling all the shots. Now the comedy scene is a lot more democratic. Rogan's all about pushing the funniest people that come across his radar. He's got no agenda. He just wants.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus, of course, coincided with expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he backed were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna. And he points out in his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It's a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have have to have, as the joke goes, one synagogue to pray in and one synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Restream, ended in tragedy because of January of 1604, the Portuguese recaptured it, and all of a sudden found themselves under the. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial regions, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering was quietly lifted, and actually a population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine, landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know, thinking, you're looking at him and are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there is, faith-based or some even fashion. Myself, and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline, that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? But anyway, was himself a deeply religious of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a son of a and he himself was an elder, and he gasped at the idea of admitting Jews, which only had 750 people there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of other groups. If they were Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do to market forces. In Amsterdam, put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. So the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
But it's not that simple, because in this episode of Flake said the quiet bit loud and exposed both Schultz and Rogan for over-exploiting their fan bases for the money. It's almost like Whitney got red-pilled and the comedy matrix is trying to shut her down. So, like I said, there's a lot to cover here, and to fully understand the whole picture, we have to go back to Whitney's.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab.
One of the biggest mistakes of her comedy career. She punched down on the biggest comedy fan demographic, young men.
In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the South, Charleston, and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal, very important community. Toronto also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that continued for much of the century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. It's kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not really one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces, centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain over generations. Here's a look at that, Mike, from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas, moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that forced Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially a kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like making brushes like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft after sales, or as often happens west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 9th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say, in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well, but there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration. But for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
The problem is, in my opinion at least, that she's just not that funny when she tries to be authentic, which is exactly what she was criticizing about what men do on podcasts. And this is where Schultz started to expose just how toxic he really is. Clearly, Whitney Cummings shouldn't have been in front.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans, and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs, who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers, or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various commerce, because Jews were urbanized. But in urban centers, they were frequently burgher status. They were typically denied access to a range of professional groups and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burghers, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. Obviously, we're not in the clergy, which is another block of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judeco, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were, making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were America is very much society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and in 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness obviously this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, determines whether or not a person is really white or actually not. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish, with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, a very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not able to actually make that big step and emancipate them. England, you have a fascinating one where social change began, precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened by many elected officials in England until the process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that, there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. United States of America, the Declaration of Men are created equal, not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be, declined either as a male or a female, but the French government at the time weren't willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it's just man, and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress, their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's win the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the assembly of Jewish notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked, fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, the Jews have their own police force. Of course, well, the point is because he wanted to know if he had to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, made up largely masculine. There was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they proposed them with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but I'm at this point, because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that, emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then granted to the Jews as well. This has also appeared tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regards to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most most of the 19th century. It was very piecemeal, it was limited. Rights were frequently very grudge in manner, a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be ruled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding. Lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, watching.
Start slaying my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife and doing all this crazy defamatory stuff and using content.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make an impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Europe, where there's so many more Jews, to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of with the secular authorities, and so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships, where the Stadland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the noble or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual, and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In an era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing it, not necessarily informally with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Alexander II assassinated, shown to his son and with his wife. He was a popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under Volia, the tossed a bomb at her and killed him. Contemporary newspaper accounts of the violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this at some kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Teddy is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Reichsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews, as a minority, fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Stefan Sakale, and Katerina Zhudovskaya, that point something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to church teachings and church practices of the Jews, and the law back to the Chmelnytsky rebellion. The basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Chmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Imperial Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of homes correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situations, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogrom they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? The authors of this study did, were very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time to Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political point. So under these circumstances, 3 years of chaos in the Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonisten crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, America, 4 million to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we will see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately would force the Russian government to change its way of operation. And what it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that, in 1905, it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a hated Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, definitely a segment of the population who felt like social, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, with Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with a large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, return Israel is part of the messianic future, and by forcing God's hand by giving to Israel, trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. That said, essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change the society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents no looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwars of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. There's a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists in their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. Meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which is not the case with diaspora nationalism. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in the modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democracy movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. By the way. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new or proto-democratic movement. Okay? Those are 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? So if you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of Christ, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, still in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it dort, over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If we look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Dorokite, the most important party is the General Jewish Workers Bund, BUND, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale of Settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in Dork, right? They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they're really more existing within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have very important group, Zionists, and there are many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, in 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism, contrasted from the revisionists who are up here, sort of more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist, economic, and activist among the revisionists, and that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and you'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps like that. That's kind of like the Poalei Zion. This movement is primarily responsible for the Labour Party, dominating much of early Israel. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel in fact represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, the new traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the Agudat Yisrael that basically decided themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyum Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happens to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do kollel families need, and then they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of Judaism. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Allah Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening, or a unique premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks so much for that.
Of course. It's just like you're like, that's not true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just a waste of time. So the distinguishing feature he chose was the fact that they worked at 7-Eleven. I mean, that's hypothetical, right? But fine, that's just a passing comment. But what that tells me is that to Joe, your opinion is...
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the cost, one of the most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. Speaking very briefly about the Holocaust within the context of this, but if you are curious and are motivated to learn the entire online course, which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust and free and open to the community, please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology of this word Holocaust from and why we use that. So the Holocaust itself, obviously speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II, it was such a tremendous, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a strict term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to a historical event. Probably the term that was used is genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin. The term comes from the words people or class, in the sense of a class of, like as in homicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people, and that's the English language, but lacks a specific Jewish text. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were people such as the Roma and others, but Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Restream and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot and others, but still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological. It's like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor. I mean, these are very problematic terms. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethnic with regards to their destruction of this part of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Göring from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, and end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to have less, outward adherence to traditional. When you move to the east, traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are obviously Jew and without. But that didn't anti-Semitism spread in Germany in particular. In fact, the anti-Semitism relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1980 that shows a kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races, and once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde will das Blut, ein Zeitroman, the sin against the blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, and you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher, and became propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool, right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of theme that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly life-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew was portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who was strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German, save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath it. So that's the kind of atmosphere that of age in. Now, here's as a baby, kind of a chilling image to that. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother, and when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom, because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, his rightful place in the incoming sort of nationalist, white supremacist thought, right up until America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose onset of World War I, and he joined it. He was actually wounded in World War I. He was the victim of a gas. Gas was used at that time, we discussed in the previous lecture. But when in November 1918, like many other Germans felt, there was a stab in the back that was somehow Austrian. The cartoon that captures the idea of this. By the way, I'm using some Austrian material actually in Austrian, and Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, and they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the beer hall push, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is the picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote a memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently ignorant document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s. But he never gained a majority of his Nazi party. You can see the elections of 1928, he only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In 1933, he garnered 33%. When you look at the comparison parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that party. The second largest only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government was prominent in European countries at the time, and the opportunity as the leader of a single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he able to come to power. Early on, to identify Jews with the so-called law that clearly identified how much blood was in them as measured their grandparents, a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. It was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching.
But now the market is so oversaturated that ad revenue and viewership numbers are falling as the market gets more and more diluted. Having said that, I still think that the massive podcasts like JRE have dealt pretty well with the decline. But when you compare Rogan's previous deal with his new one, there's no way you can argue that it's a bigger and better deal. Spotify are clearly trying to cut their losses and reduce their risk.
This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side and to divide it. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced in Soviet. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Balkans in particular had with their driving soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had what they were going to do with the Jews. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance in Poland, it did not seem that they had really thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population, more than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seems clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. So they created this section called the General Government. Here shown in Poland. And the green area that was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them together. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There are actually many voices that suggest that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance, and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region. Some ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves and Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews would simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population who denounced them, blackmailed them for funds, and they were murdered by Nazis. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came to the regions that they took over, they went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they would go to essentially the president of the Gila or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, all right, we would like the following things from you now, a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the local Jewish elected leaders would refuse. They would then turn to a second generation demands to them if they would also be shot. And at some point, they would have Jewish leadership, which they called the Yisra, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council were Nazi demands on the Jewish population right up until those Yisra leaders were really quite prominent. Who was shown here, who was the leader of the Yisra, a diary which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son who was missing and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that the Nazis held around the Jewish population, and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Yugoslav leaders, such as Chaim Minkowski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves at the cost of the suffering of the larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Liechtenstein ghetto by Minkowski himself, portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist messianic like figure. He was frequently derived into the local population as king for the way in which he was over the population. It seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Woods, which was run by Polkowski, it seems that the model was reductionist, meaning there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Woods was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linings. And so having a work permit is essentially lines of the Jews of work. Somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of on the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Janeko was active, to be attritionist. The whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death, and very few things were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation, of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle goods outside the walls. It was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the Salvation for there's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that death, but there were also heroic internal, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground theatrical performances, lending libraries, really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence even under the national conditions. Unfortunately, very active black markets like nightclubs and so on, the amount of gambling in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionists, whether they were attritionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto resistance. The uprising occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance happened really quite late. The ghetto was largely empty of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, on the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Thomas Shapiro, known as the Ish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, which will involve the death penalty. And it's to that we will turn next to the series.
Junior college students, wacko, anti-vax, anti-Semite, purveyor, spreader of misinformation, conspiracy theorists, MAGA, whatever other things have been said by him and other people in the media would be right to understand how serious.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camp. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostility in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit in 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion about there. But basically, Jews, like the were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust? Because behind the troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städte, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represents a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the coming months. The so-called Holocaust Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at a conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee, January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939. Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews in Barbarossa. But that was not fast, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was led by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Majdanek, Belzec, Auschwitz, were in and around the Ghetto, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were ended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get us of the process of deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. This is like northern Italy and Hungary. Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection. where those small numbers of Jews were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly value on their persons, not only their personal glasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them, and then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were being sent to be deloused, to have light in their bodies. It was common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove light from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Cyclone B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and the bodies simply had turned out in open. Those small number of who were sent for slave labor under unimaginable conditions, the vast majority of them died within a very short period of time that are disposable. Those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular. They were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found who had just barely survived the war. This is perhaps in world history. Thanks very much for watching.
If it affects your livelihood, do this thing that you love doing, which is hosting a talk show. And you're doing
From Spotify saying, hey buddy, the things you're talking about are upsetting 2020. None of this is new. So I think it's ironic and thinks he's somehow exempt from the things that he's criticizing people like Jimmy now, where he's getting paid by a public listed company to sell his content across barely a matter of time. But all of this blows up again. Rogan will start calling out YouTube demonetizing his podcast. And worse, Rogan will start streaming so Spotify can get revenue and pay him. From where I'm sitting, the old pod calling the black. But no. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'm going to take a break for the weekend, like I said, and just enjoy the Super Bowl and all of their new vodka. They're up emails, and I'll be sure to cover this next week. Those guys are on my uploads. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
By the way, dog's been 40. Crazy. I was like, I don't want you to think like farts. His dog. He eats raw. You guys saw it now. What's the number for you guys? 1 million? 300 million. 300? Well, you just done it today. Okay, but yeah, now I figured.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to break down Joe Rogan's new $250 million Spotify deal, and straight off the bat, it is a very different deal to his previous one, even though this new one is reportedly worth around the same as the old one. This time around, the whole $250 million is not guaranteed, whereas previously it was. So stick around because I'm going to make it crystal clear for all of you and explain why both Spotify and Rogan have failed. But first, a massive shout out to my 106,000 subscribers. Even after we hit 100k, we're still going strong. So if you haven't jumped on board yet, now is the time to do it. You don't want to miss out on my uploads. There's usually a few every week. So hit the subscribe button and become a Subway, what's his name? Prince Harry, Meghan Markle. Look at all these shows. Shows that other fans, I won't say them, they've all lost their except for Joseph. They could have taken that money, just put it towards him, sign him off the deal because his deal's up soon. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's start by recapping Rogan's previous Spotify deal so that we're all on the same page. That one was a straight-up exclusivity contract, which simply meant Spotify was paying Joe around $200 million in total over 4 years for the